Wherever we go, you can go too. Whether you're on the road, at the farm, or back in the barns, Walton Webcasting is there, streaming live to capture every moment and archiving the ones that you missed.
The grand champion Market Barrow this year's Tulsa State Fair.
Watch wherever, whenever.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
Tell family and loved ones back home to head over to waltonwebcasting.com so they can watch from the comfort of their own home. Live shows are always free. Walton Webcasting. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to appreciate the quality of your show pigs. Let Walton Webcasting be your partner in success. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367.
These great heroes come together to support the livestock industry and Walton Webcasting. We call them the Premier Partners. Layered Premium Blend Genetics. Brad Howell Ford. Biozyme. Umbarger Show Feeds. Kennedy Ventures. Sunglow Feeds, and First Farmers Bank and Trust. This adventure wouldn't be possible without the continued support from the Premier Partners.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of OY 2023 Barrow Show. We hope you're ready to show with us today. Tradition for us to start with the presentation of the national anthem. I'd like you to welcome Caden Plyler from Purcell to sing national anthem for us today.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight
How about Caden Plyler from Purcell rocking it through technical difficulties? Nicely done, Caden. We're going to see if we can top that with a pig show today. Let's bring those Class 1 Chesters to the SIF. Class 1 Chesters to the SIF. Nice.
Well, certainly a good way to start off the morning with this pair of Chesters that surfaced to the top of this first class of the day. And I'll be the first one to admit that they don't look a whole lot alike. And honestly, they're barrows that complement each other extremely well. Where one's good, there's some trade-offs with the others. I just keep coming back to the young lady's barrow because I think there's just more hog there, particularly through the center portion of his body. You get right up on top of him. He's got way more turn and curvature to his forerib. He's got a bigger, fresher back laid in him. He's got a cleaner hock joint. Is he as heavy boned as the bear that comes in too? No way. But I think there's just more totals and a more complete package that just offers more quality in the young lady's bear to go ahead and win the class. Young man's bear that comes in too, you love just in terms of his silhouette from the side view profile. Tall shouldered, big arm, big legged one. I've just got to make him softer centered. He's too hard in his heart. He's too hard in his forerib. He's too shallow in his body. If you put more punch through the center portion of this one, there's no doubt he's the class winner because he's the one that has the extras in terms of bone and feature. I've just got to soften him through the center portion of his body. Young ladies that comes out in 3, just a really practical one from a build and balance standpoint. He's flat backed. He's level made. He's good in terms of the length of his hip. I've just got to make this guy go with more flex and cushion off of both ends of his skeleton, particularly the way he plants and drives out of his hip and rear leg. He's just got to do it with more authority. He's got to grab a gear and cover more surface out here. One that comes in for a really fresh backed, fresh, well presented one. You love his shape and muscularity when you get up on top of him. When I get off to the side of him, he just doesn't balance as well as the others. He gets a little easy in his spine, gets a little higher right there at his jump muscle. I've just got to make him proportioned and balance a notch better from the side view profile. But freshness, flexibility, the ability to just get out here and cover the surface, allow him to gravitate towards the top here. One that comes out next, really robust in terms of a hog that's got good turn and shape to his forerib and center body. He's really fresh and shapely when you get right on top of him. He gets a little longer bodied, and as a result, he sits lower at the point of his shoulder. I need to just maybe make him a notch more moderate in terms of his length, elevate him at the point of his shoulder, and just balance him a notch better from the side view profile. Good quality one still comes out in 6 here, really soft-centered, really flexible kind of barrel. He gets a little plainer looking through the front 1/3 of his body. I've got to extend him up front and just give him a more unique look. One that comes out of 7, certainly another pig worthy of discussion. Ultra heavy bone, sets a little lower at the point of his shoulder, gets a little steeper and rounder out of his hip and rump, but certainly like his extra bone and feature that he brings to the table. Work through the rest of these. I thought a whale of a good class to start the morning off with. Hogs that just need to balance better, hogs that need to be better in terms of their feet and legs. Let's give those young people a nice round of applause.
Class 1 Chester Barrows winners. First place, Madeline Gray from Van Oss. Second, Case Brassfield from Minco. Third, Gracie Ray from Midway. Fourth, Gentry Wentworth from Haskell. Fifth, Jace Wyrick from Moreland. Sixth, Catherine McLean from Leedy. Seventh, Merritt Major from Calumet. Eighth, Libby Pryor from Stigler. Ninth, Blakely Beams from Miller 4-H. And 10th, Kenley Crosser from Chattanooga. Kenley was also our showmanship winner for the Class 1 Chesters. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
I think, again, as we get into this heavyweight class of Chester, certainly some depth to work with here on the top end, but never in a moment in my mind was I not going to start with the young lady here in the blue. I think that's an awesome combination of a bear that's got some bone and feature. He's soft and pliable through the midsection of his body, maintains good proportions. When you get on top of him, he's ultra fresh just in terms of his back shape and the muscle shape he's got up high. Step off to the side of him, he's one that proportions awesome from the side view profile. I think that's a nice combination bear to go ahead and win this class and do so pretty handily. The one that comes in too, certainly a pig you admire from just a bone and stoutness perspective. Great big forearm, great big rear leg, big feet working in this guy. He's another one that's good in terms of his shape and freshness when you get right on top of him. It's when you step off to the side of this one, I just can't get him to balance quite as well. He gets a little easier in his spine. He gets a little pinched right there at his ham-loin junction. I've just got to strengthen his spine and make him fit together a notch better from the side view profile. The one that comes in 3 is one that does give you a better silhouette from the side in terms of just his back line, his length of hip, and then transitions into a good kind of rear leg that's really functional. He gets a little crestier right there at the top side of his neck, and he reads to be a little longer bodied. As a result, he wants to flatten ever so slightly through the midsection, and then I've got to change him right there at the top of his neck ever so slightly. But again, fresh, well-presented, muscular one that proportions good, allow him to go ahead and get towards the top. A really good built one comes next. Sound, functional, reaches good off of both ends of his skeleton. He's another one I need to change right there at the crest of his neck and maybe roll his shoulder blade back in him just a skosh. But again, just function, ability to get out here and cover his tracks and reach and still proportion well. I think that's a nice pig to be down the line within this heavyweight class. Power Hog comes next. Big chested, big backed one that's got tremendous just flair to his hip and stifle when he goes directly away from you. I've got to change him up through his front 1/3, particularly right there at the top of his neck. I need to clean him up through his throat latch and just extend him through the front 1/3 of his body. But man, from his shoulder blade back, there's a lot to work with there. Young man does an awesome job of getting that one driven and presented out here. A good ribbed, good bodied, soft centered kind of Barrow comes next. You like the extra dimension to his midsection. He's got good shape and muscle when I get right on top of him. He's just too tight and restricted off of both ends of his skeleton, particularly the way he reaches and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I've just got to make him get out here and go with more athleticism. We work through the rest of these. A big outline, pretty one here that just needs more width and dimension from end to end. And then as we work through the rest of the class, we've got some hogs that need to be better coming at you. They've got muscle, they've got shape. We just need to change them in a few areas. But again, I thought an awesome class to work through. Great group of young people. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation.
Class 2, Chester winners. First place, Presley Bennett from Yukon. Second, Jace Clark from Morris. Third, Talon Meridia from Antlers. Fourth, Mac Walker from Chickasha. Fifth, Garrison Todd from Porter. Sixth, Ruger Heron from Red Oak. Seventh, Lily Dreher from Duncan. Eighth, Lily Lunsford from Kingfisher. Ninth, Shaylin Pugh from Balco. And 10th, Macy Walker from Red Oak. Who was our Garrison Todd was our showmanship winner for Class 2. I think we're ready to choose our champion and reserve and a couple of alternates for the sale lineup. We'll do that by reintroducing our winners. From Class 1, Madeline Gray from Van Oss. And again from Class 2, Presley Bennett from Yukon.
Well, I think a really good way to start off the morning here as we get our two class winning Chesters out here. Let's give both these young ladies a nice round of applause for their class winning Barrows. You know, within that first class, I thought there were some decisions to be made. You could take one with some extra rib and body, or take one that was really heavy boned and good built. And then we come into that second class, and I think we've got the combination barrow that fit all the good pieces of both barrows in the first class together. He's good ribbed, he's good bodied, he's heavier boned, he's awesome in terms of his shape when you get right on top of him. Young ladies, heavyweights, your champion.
Champion Chester, exhibited by Presley Bennett from Yukon. That'll bring Jace Clark from Morris to the ring, show for reserve.
We think a close decision is as we get ready to name your reserve, Chester. And there's trade-offs from between the two barrows. One of them's maybe a little fresher up high and got a little extra bone. Another one's just tremendously round-ribbed, and I think just balances and proportions a notch better from the side, particularly the way he ties together there at his ham-loin junction. Young ladies, lightweight's going to be your reserve.
Reserve champion Chester, shown by Madeline Gray from Van Oss. That'll introduce Case Brassfield from Minco to the ring. Gracie Ray from Midway, you're on deck in Class 1.
We dropped that second place Class 1 out here, and man, he has got some intriguing pieces in terms of just stoutness, bone, and feature. If you could just drop just a little more center in that guy, you could potentially run a long, long way with him, because where he's good, he's awfully good. We still like him third best. He's going to be next. Congratulations.
Third Chester, shown by Case Brassfield for Minco. That'll bring Gracie Ray from Midway to the ring. Gentry Wentworth from Haskell, you're on deck in Class 1.
Next one comes out, and we like his balance and proportions. We think there's just simply more to one in terms of bone, feature, muscularity. That's a young man's here. He's going to be next.
Our fourth selection comes from Class 2. That's Jace Clark from Morris. We need Talon Meridia from Antlers in the ring. Mac Walker from Chickasha, you're on deck in Class 2. Our fifth selection comes from Class 1. That's Gracie Ray from Midway. That'll bring Gentry Wentworth from Haskell to the ring. Jace Wyrick from Moreland, you're on deck in Class 1. Our sixth selection comes from Class 2. That's Talon Meridia from Antlers. That'll bring Mac Walker to the ring. Garrison Todd from Porter, you're on deck in Class 2. Our seventh selection comes from Class 2. That's Mac Walker from Chickasha. Garrison Todd, you're in the ring. Ruger Heron from Red Oak, you're on deck in Class 2. Our eighth selection comes from Class 1. That's Gentry Wentworth from Haskell. We need Jace Wyrick from Moreland in the ring. Catherine McLean from Leedy, you're on deck in Class 1. Our ninth Chester comes from Cole. Yeah, that's class 2. Garrison Todd.
Maybe.
We need Ruger Heron in the ring for our final Chester selection. Our 10th and final selection in the Chester Drive is Jace Wyrick from Moreland. Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors. Let's bring the Class 1 Hampshires to the sift. Class 1 Hampshires to the sift.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sorry for being here a little late to you this morning. Obviously had a long night here in Oklahoma City with wrapping up the Gilt show and sale, or the Gilt sale last night after a week long of showing those things and all. So we're here in the Barrow show, showing Class 1 Hampshire Barrows, one of 6. It's Class 7, one of 7 classes, I'm being told. Lightweights here, 230 to 243 pounds. I'm being joined here with the young man, Chester enthusiast. I'll let him tell you a little bit about himself and what he does, and then we'll give maybe a quick recap even on the Chester show if you want to.
Sounds great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Cooper Klein. I help run and operate Klein Swine and Klein Swine Sires. We run quite a few of them Chester sows here in central Oklahoma, and a few boars where we'll sell some pigs and semen all across the country. A little bit of recap on the Chester show. That champion Barrow would have been Presley Bennett from Yukon. That would have been a Heron Rage pig out of Hired Gun there at Danner's. He's had a very successful OIE so far. I believe he won the Gilt show too, didn't he, Todd?
Right, I think so. I actually seen that boar there at Danner's the other day, and I didn't go in there to look at the Chesters, but we're walking down through there, and when that boar gets up, I mean, very impressive. I mean, he's a quick to catch your eye. I mean, just stout and powerful, and you can see that. I mean, we've, obviously the Barrow here today, but then, you talk about some of them Gilts that was in the Gilt show. I think that champion was out of him, and then that Gilt that was down the line there, I think the 5th overall that ended up being the top seller, that's what she was, you know. So, obviously that boar's going to do a heck of a job for the breed.
Yes, sir. And then I believe that reserve Barrow, that would have been Madeline Gray from Vanoss, and that would have been a Sloan Race pig. WD-40 back on a custom-built sow, I believe.
So. I remember, I think that pig was one that they sold up there. Mark bought that pig that night in Stillwater at that pig sale they had up there that Sloan come down to. I remember, and that was a very, very good little pig. I mean, as a little one, I thought that one was real special. So we have today. What all do we show here today? We have Chesters, we have Hamps left, we've got Poland's.
Oh yes, Poland's. Yeah.
We showed Hereford yesterday, or what? Poland's and what else? Oh, Yorks.
Yes. No, we showed Yorks yesterday. Do we have
light crosses?
Okay, I didn't know if lights were today or if we just threw them in there, and since we normally did all the crosses last day.
Yeah, no, we have light crosses today. That's right.
Yeah.
So
ought to be a really good show today.
I'm anxious to watch the light crosses. I know, after watching the quality and the depth of the light crosses in the Gilt show, I would suspect that we'll really see a difference here even yet this time in our Barrows. I think the Barrows will be. Everybody, people are happy that we're back on live. I'm getting text messages already this morning from around the country. I will give you a quick recap, as we'll do probably throughout the day today. But yes, the Gilt sale was quite successful last night, I think.
Very much so.
I think I'd be real anxious to see. I've got to sit in on a quick meeting here just in a few minutes and hear the breakdowns and all the analytics of everything. I know Blake was comprising this morning the number of people around the country that watched it. He was making comment on the number of people that had been on the Kennedy Venture page, how many people watched all the YouTube videos, and it was like thousands that had tuned in there, and it'll be anxious to hear what it all is. But the sale itself, we had 130 Gilts that sold last night, averaged a little over $12,000. Astonishing number, totaling $1.6 million for the kids there that exhibited here at Oklahoma Youth Expo and was able to be blessed and fortunate to make the sales. So sale topper, obviously, if you haven't heard, I'm sure everybody around that's tuned in this morning has, but we set a record last night with $175,000 crossbred gilt.
Yes, sir.
An all-out daughter that was raised by Mr. John Mollett, shown by Case and Young, and she was purchased from by Premium Blend.
Yep.
So quite an amazing evening, to be honest.
Very much so. You know, I was hanging out in the sheep barn a little bit last night while they were doing showmanship.
You show some sheep too, don't you?
Oh, just a handful, I reckon.
Got a few of those.
Yeah, but I was hanging out there, and I missed the first probably 10 lots of the gilt sale because we had to do that AFR showmanship, and all of a sudden my phone started blowing up. They're like, this thing just brought $175,000, and I was like, well, it's probably worth it. That was probably one of the better ones I've ever seen. That thing was unreal.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. So do you have sheep to show today?
No, we got a little lightweight crossbred lamb tomorrow, but no, we didn't bring too many this year. It sort of just whittled down to what we thought was worth it, and we got one that hopefully will get along all right tomorrow. So
good,
pretty laid back day.
Now, so the sheep is today and tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So they'll do everything except for Suffolks, Naturals, and Crossbreds today, I believe.
Okay. I know the goat show is all day today, they said.
Yes,
and
sir.
And then they're doing their showmanship tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yeah. They went ahead and combined that goat show.
That could be a long day over there.
It very well could be. I know there's already been a couple late nights on that side of the barns, and definitely looks like there might be one on the goat side
and
today.
And we're showing market steers today. It's the first day of the steer show.
Yep. I believe they were showing Angus steers whenever I walked over here. So,
good.
Yeah. Be a good day for some livestock. That's for sure.
Those of you who are tuned in, we've got Mr. Will Hilty and David Korb lining them up here again. Our market Barrow judges. Like that old hillbilly there from Pennsylvania out there in the middle of the ring, just kind of picks up that mic and tells you a little bit of what he thinks. I'm going to bring out we got 10 pigs back in this class we've got, so it's going to work these. I didn't get to watch much of the Barrow show yesterday, so I can't. This is my first real sighting of it. One finding the pen pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be Gage Montgomery. That's an outline one.
So while we have a moment here, I have Cooper on. One great young man here. I've had the opportunity to watch him kind of grow up in the business and what he's doing and accomplishing. But I guess one of the things that I've really admired being able to watch you do there, throughout your time in high school and do is maybe the leadership development that has come along. I know you play an active role in a lot of things there with the Oklahoma Pork Council. I know FFA, and I know you've got some future endeavors there and some wants, and you just want to kind of share or highlight a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like you mentioned, I've been very fortunate and blessed to be able to work with the Pork Council on a lot of different campaigns. Kylie and the team, they're absolutely incredible. They want to do everything in their power to promote the pork industry as a whole, and especially to bridge that gap between the commercial and show pig industry. And we sort of got to see that a little bit with the new addition, the Pork Derby. I don't know if you got to watch that a little bit, but that was definitely a very interesting show. We actually had a kid involved in that, so that was pretty neat. But yeah, I've been very fortunate to be able to work with them on several workshops, do a couple videos, and get the opportunity to share my story. But probably that, alongside with being able to work with like Secretary Arthur on her youth board, has been very, very fun this year. and especially through FFA, that's definitely been something that I've been very fortunate to be a part of, and I've gotten to meet more people than I ever thought would be imaginable. So that's one thing. I've been able to go across the state quite a bit this spring, and I've been able to run into people that I had no clue that that's where they actually were from, but we've been to some very interesting parts so far, and it's definitely been a good time being able to see everyone and just being able to catch up, and I may not be able to show in this ring anymore, but by golly, I'm going to be around it for many years to come. I can tell you that much.
That's good. And I think that's important in terms of, from a standpoint of what we do. I mean, building the character we have to try to continue to do with the kids that are involved in this program, and then most importantly, keep them in some fashion and form of agriculture today, because, as we've talked about so many times, I mean, the importance of the longevity of these programs, the longevity of just basic agriculture and knowledge of agriculture is so important, to society. And, the more that we can engage you younger ones and, those of you that are coming up that'll be our next leaders, I think is very important. So.
Yes, sir, indeed.
I think we're down here to our top 3. Do you happen to know any of these youngsters out there? Or?
Yeah, so the young man in the light blue shirt, that'd be Gage Montgomery from Kellyville.
Right.
It looks like he's going to go
so he might have won 2 in that class.
And then Pierce Clairvoss, I think from Chisholm, won that particular class. That's a very intriguing pig.
I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't looking forward to getting into some belted ones. And, man, I think when we jump into this first class, and there's quality all the way down through here. Young lady in the center that drives a narrow belted barrow that has our class winner. I just love this one from a design and silhouette standpoint. He's got an awesome kind of show barrow head on him. And for a hog that runs uphill or that is tall at the point of his shoulder, man, the angle to his blade, the cushion to his front foot and knees, also good. The rear leg drive that he's got, his length of hip, the bend to his rear leg, the way his rear toes push off the surface, I think is second to none within this class. He's got good rib. He's got good body shape. He's not the most extreme in any one particular area, but, man, everything fits and balances so well to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man's highly presented, one that comes in 2 here, just in terms of proportionality, a pig that I really like in terms of just the balance from the side view profile. He's probably got a shot more bone than what our class winner does. When I get right into him, he reads a little flatter through his forerib in the midsection of his body, wants to deviate ever so slightly right there through his ham-loin junction, but his bone, his freshness, his stoutness allow him to go ahead and get into the top end here. Another one that gives you an awesome look from the side view profile that comes next, a good show barrow kind of head. He's ultra soft through his forerib and center body, but still maintains good proportions. He's got good back shape and muscularity when I get on top of him. Step right in behind this guy. He's got to be cleaner jointed. He wants to get a little puffy about his hock. The longer we ask him to drive, he wants to labor off of his rear 2, but that's a good pig to be 3 in this first Hampshire class. One that comes out of 4, presented to a T in terms of skin and hair. She's got this thing absolutely dialed in. He's big chested. He's fresh backed. He's round bodied. Of the initial 4 barrows, he's the frailest in terms of foot bone and feature, particularly his rear leg. His rear foot needs to be stouter. He's got to have more circumference of bone. But, man, my hat's off to that young lady and her family. They've got him absolutely dialed in. That's a good pig to be in 4. One that comes in 5, a longer bodied, bigger outline barrow, and I'm okay with those things as long as we can keep him with some punch. This one just wants to flatten too much. He gets too narrow coming right at me. He gets too narrow in terms of just rib shape and curvature to the center portion of his body, but his design, his silhouette, his flexibility allow him to go ahead and get in the top here. Young lady that comes out next, a good kind of a Hampshire barrow still as we work this far down in class. Freshness, stoutness, rib and body are all on point. He's got to be better when he goes directly away from me. Wants to step too far outside of his body. I've got to square him hip hock to ground. Next one that comes out gives you an awesome look from the side view profile. He's just entirely too straight out of his front end. I've got to give him more angle to his shoulder, more cushion into his lower joints and allow him just to go with more flexibility out here. That's another one that's very, very well presented in terms of just skin and hair. Work through the rest of these, and I thought a good class just in terms of depth of quality. Heavy muscled one here that just needs to go a notch better. Then we got a heavy boned one that gets a little wide, and then one that just needs more bone and feature. Awesome class to start these Hampshires off with. Let's put our hands together for those young people.
Well, we're now showing Class 2 Hampshire Barrows. These barrows weigh in 244 to 256 pounds. give you some results there out of Class 1. Our class winner there went to Miss Claire Voss. Claire's had a good week here. That Barrow would be a pace car and bred by Halfin. So I think pace car was actually the boar that Hilty raised. That's a premium win.
Yep.
And then second in that class was Gage Montgomery. They're from Sapulpa. Again, the family's had a good week. That pig is a buckle up and come from Brock Heron. Third went to Rafe Miser. Fourth was Sahara Fernandez. And fifth was Kemp Laverne. So that's your top 5. We're now showing Class 2 Hampshire Barrows. It seems kind of loud today. Do you hear that?
It definitely does. There's a lot of background noise there.
So we'll jump back in here with our discussion as they're working their way through Class 2 here. What's the outlook look like for you here when you conclude your high school experience?
So right now the plan's to go straight to Oklahoma State. It's not too far from the house, so that way we can keep the sows and boars rolling. Try and keep that at the best it can be for the next few years while I'm at school. But planning on double majoring in Ag Ed and then Animal Science Business Pre-Law. So hopefully try to
say that one more time.
Animal Science Business Pre-Law.
Business Pre-Law. There you go. So if I need me a business lawyer one day, agriculture business law, then I can probably look you up.
Possibly. I'm trying to use that more on the lobbyist side of things, hopefully.
I see.
So.
Is there another headset over there close? Is that what?
Not quite
I'm just
sure.
wondering where it seems awful loud around us. Maybe that's what it is.
That might be it.
See, I can hear Coy talk right now.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Be a lot of background. Wow, God, look at all the crowd that just showed up for Class 2 Hampshire. I just looked up. They're everywhere.
It's that time.
Oh, Hilty, he was pumped up about getting into some of these belted ones there.
Oh, yeah.
I got a Snapchat from him this morning about a little before 6 o'clock. He had already found his way to the Waffle House. He is a big, big fan of the Waffle House. They don't have Waffle Houses in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
So anytime he can go and he can find him a Waffle House, he is excited.
Oh, yeah.
He likes that, he said, covered and capped. He likes the, on his hash browns.
Oh,
he
yeah.
gets the cheese and mushrooms, he said. He looks kind of like a cheese and mushroom kind of guy. So.
I believe that's that younger Allen girl that just got a pin.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I think she actually had Champion Chester, so Champion Guild.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She's running a couple of rings here, this week, I guess. Between the sheep show, the goat show, and the pig barn, they've about got something in every class.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ty's been running and gunning over there, but heck, I'm pretty sure they won the purebred and commercial U show.
Yeah. That is a competitive family.
Very much so. Very successful, too, at it. You got to commend them on that.
Well, looks like we have 10 of them stashed away here. It's going to rework. And quickly finds her way back into a hole. 15-24.
Oh, you're looking at Class 1.
Maybe that's why I didn't see that pig, huh? On my sheet. 15-24. Cali High from Sterling.
Very neat pig.
Open mic. Looks like we got 4 pin back now.
Let's see, that'd be Caleb Ames from Duke over there in 2. Looks like maybe one of the Downing boys.
11-34. Winning a pin. That's one of the Cundiff, Sydney Cundiff.
And then 7-2-2. Just went in there.
Creed White from Sharon Mutual.
Oh, wait, no, that's that Edmond boy. There in 3. Couldn't quite see
the
him.
little one, yeah.
Yeah, he hadn't turned around. I looked like one of the Downings from here.
That's O'Dax.
And the youngest Allen girl there, she'll catch a pin. And Will Jasper's in one, and I believe that'd be one of the Cantrells there in 6, Evie.
Cantrell family, they had the champion Duroc yesterday.
Yep. Very, very good pig.
At the conclusion of this class, I'm going to have to depart for a moment, make my way over to the Kennedy Venture booth to join Blake. Alongside him, we have a kind of a special deal today. It's kind of cool. We had different ones during the Gilt show that tuned in with us, and then we interacted with them either through questions and answers and different things back. But today we are going to be joining the Western Illinois agriculture marketing class.
Very neat.
We go on there with them, I think, at a little after 10:15 or so. And so we'll be zoomed in with them. So not only will we be on with the Walton aspect, but we will also be doing kind of a live update of the show and talk about everything that's going on here. So
good deal.
Kind of exciting to see. It's exciting to see how that all of the people around the country, different facets, tune in to OIE, and see, and then we, get to play a card back, So that's cool. We had an FFA chapter the other day. I had an FFA chapter from Georgia. They actually had it on. They had it on their screen all day, and the teacher got the kids out of their other classes, and they got to stay in there all day. They sent pictures. They had they had pizza, their local deal. They had pizza for lunch brought in, and then they fixed popcorn in the afternoon. So they sat around there and had snacks and watched the Gilt Show.
Hey.
Dark crosses. So
not a bad day there.
Yeah. I don't think we was equipped when I was in school to have any of that technology in our classroom.
Yeah. Looks like that Jasper boy, he'll catch that fourth pin to get redriven there. Pretty neat class.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're going to probably drive them top four back again.
Five, 2, 4.
It helps when I get in the right class. Yeah, that's that Cali high from.
Yep.
And Dax's.
Yep. A man be fourth in the darker 4/8 shirt. Be 7-2-2.
Cundiff wins.
That's Will Jasper.
Oh, Will Jasper's win. Oh, I'm sorry.
This next class of these Hampshires, and man, these top three are good, but they're so different. So there's a lot of things to kind of weigh and evaluate as you go through them. I just kept coming back to the Stouty, and that's the young man's Barrow going across the center of the ring. He's the one that's got the extra bone and feature. He's good through the midsection of his body, and for one that's got that kind of stoutness and feature and limbs on him, he still stays very athletic in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I just like the texture, muscle texture to that one, the way it's draped on his body. You want to get critical, you could extend him just about his head and neck, particularly the top side of his pole there ever so slightly, but that's without a doubt the one that comes with the extras in this particular class. The young lady that's going to be in 2, just from a design and silhouette standpoint, I like this one. He's extended ahead of his blade. He's got the right kind of angle to his shoulder. He's got cushion to his knee and front end. He's good in terms of just the way everything ties together and fits together. I've got to make him more aggressive in terms of his muscle pattern. When I get right on top of him, he needs more crease. He needs a sharper edge working down his top line, but his practicality, his function, his ability to get out here and cover surface allow him to go ahead and get in the top end. The one that comes in 3, potentially the freshest backed one of the initial trio. I love his just sharp edge to his top line there. He's got a ditch working down his back. His length of hip and utilization of his rear leg is all very good. Of the initial trio, he reads to be just a little longer bodied. As a result, he wants to flatten through his midsection, but more importantly, I read him to be the frailest of the initial trio. Young man does an awesome job of getting that one presented out here. My compliments to him. One that comes out of 4, another Stouty. I love the shape to this one's head. I love his jawbone. I love the way it attaches to his front end. He's got a great big forearm working in him. He's another one that wants to flatten just a little bit through his midsection, but more importantly, I've got to elongate this guy behind. I've got to make him longer hip. I've got to make him more comfortable and more stable in terms of the way he reaches and goes out of his hip and rear leg, but there's no denying his extra stoutness and feature certainly grab your attention. One that comes out of 5, the ones that come out of 5 and 6, kind of let them roll out together. I thought Barrows that were awesome in terms of shape and muscularity. Both of them read to be just a little longer bodied, and as a result, they want to flatten through the midsection. I've got to give them more turn. I've got to give them more shape to the rib and just the center portion of their body. Both of them you like from just a freshness and muscularity standpoint. One that comes out next gives you an awesome look coming out of the gate. When he drives right at you, the shape to his skull, his chest, and the way he opens right there in his chest for, he transitions into a good kind of a rib cage. I've just got to make him longer hipped. He gets too short for me. As a result, he wants to shuffle outside of his body when he goes off of his rear 2, but that's another one that's presented to a T in terms of just skin and hair. Work through the rest of these. We've got some muscular ones that need more bone. We got a couple of them that need to be better in terms of squareness when they go right away from us. I thought another very good class. Let's put our hands together for those young people.
Class 2 Hampshire winners. First place, Will Jasper from Jones. Second, Callie High from Sterling. Third, Dax Inman from Mulhall, Orlando. Fourth, Creed White from Sharon Mutual. Fifth, Evie Rue Cantrell from Ripley. Sixth, Sydney Cundiff from Perkins Tryon. Seventh, Laney Allen from Canute. Eighth, Caleb Ames from Duke. Ninth, Benjamin Atkinson from Drummond. And 10th, Bella Price from Washington. Showmanship winner for Class 2 was Dax Inman from Mulhall.
Alrighty, we just finished up Class 2 Hamps there. Leading off the class would be Will Jasper from Jones. That'd be Buckle Up from Jasper. Home race pig there. Congratulations, Will. There in second, we're going to have Callie High from Sterling. She'd have a Hero Pig from JD Show Pigs. Dax Inman would have been third there from Mulhall with a caught napping pig. Creed White from Sharon Mutual would have ended up fourth, and Evie Rue Cantrell rounds out the class in fifth from Ripley. We're now fixing to start rolling on these Class 3 Hamps. They're going from 257 to 266 pounds. Should be a very interesting class.
There was a breed champion last year.
And that young lady's going to catch a pin. That's going to be 264. Clara Whitman from El Reno. And that young man's going to catch a pin. That's going to be 805. Briggs Reeves from Cordell.
Be 219.
Yeah, 219 catches your third pin. Hayden Brookman from Harmon County.
Kylie Blinn will catch another pin there. She had pretty good outing in the gilt show.
Yeah, really, really nice light cross right there. I believe sold incredibly well last night. Awesome sale. I believe that every pig, or all the pigs together, averaged about $12,800. An insane average. That first one sold for $175,000. Awesome animal. Definitely a deserving family. Congratulations to them. And Mason Olson from Oologah catches your next pin. And 606 will catch your next pin. Hendricks Butler from Guthrie.
be 156.
Camry Rigier from Deer Creek, Lamont.
B996 catching a pin there.
Miley Coleman from Medill. And 758 catches your next one.
A rugged one coming in there.
Just a reminder, we have 7 classes of Hampshires, which is going to be followed by the Polands and then the light crosses. And Isaiah Gomez catches the next pin from Adair.
Yep.
Young man had an awesome gilt show.
He had a very, very good one. He actually had Reserve Supreme there. It sold for, what did it sell for, 75?
75,000. Yeah, Sloan bought.
Very, very good pig.
And 997 catches the next pin. Mayla Coleman from Medill. This class of middleweight Hampshires is going to be really, really nice, I think.
That one will get put right back. That's 064.
Clara Whitman from El Reno goes back into the 1 pin. Kylie Bloom. Yep, from Lahar, Orlando goes into the 2.
Oh, and then that other young man catches a pin as well. That'd be, is that 886 or 866, something like that?
That looks like Clay Dorman from Lindsay.
It's a sure enough interesting one.
Every single one out of here has some very unique pieces. Really nice drive. And that young man catches a pin. 758. Kylan Camp from Laverne.
That young lady will get put back. Uh, 346, something like that. It's kind of crinkled.
346. $326. Excuse me. Annie Dameron from Sayre.
And that lady there in the vest on the far side, she'll be getting put back in a pin, as well as Mr. Gomez.
And Mayla Coleman goes in the 7 pin. $996 goes in the 9. Miley Coleman from Medill.
Mason Olson will get put 10th.
264 immediately goes back into the pin. Clara Whitman from El Reno. That is one heavy-duty Hampshire Barrow right there.
Hey, no catch pin.
Love that one skull shape. And that'll be 886. Clay Dorman from Lindsay.
$758 will go back and catch a pin there.
Kylan Camp from Laverne goes into the 3-pin. And another reminder, if you are up at the fairgrounds, please go and get a Wild Bunch button. It not only helps out the kids, it's also a very, very nice tribute to some of the most legendary ag teachers the state of Oklahoma has seen.
515 there will go into the 4-hole.
Landon Leathers from Rattan.
Yeah. Saw that pig a couple weeks ago. It was very, very good.
Mayla Coleman into the 5-hole. Isaiah Gomez into the 6.
Looks like we'll redrive those top 6.
Incredible top 6.
Very, very good set.
Very, very nice. Clara Whitman out of the 1. Clara Whitman goes in 6. And Kylan Camp from Laverne goes in 5th. Clay Dorman from Lindsay goes in fourth. Landon Leathers in third, which leaves Mayla Coleman and Isaiah Gomez out here for your class winner. Isaiah Gomez will win the class. We'll let Hilty talk it.
Well, I think we certainly shift gears here within this particular class. I think there were 6 or 7 Barrows that we reworked 3 different times, so I think that speaks volumes to the depth within this particular drive. I think it's real close between this initial pair. I just keep coming back to the added stoutness of the young man's Barrow right here in front of me. Extra skull, extra big forearm. He's so good through the center portion of his body in terms of his depth of heart, depth of rib, while still maintaining a good underline. You get on top of him, he's fresher backed, he's harder backed, he's just got more true muscle. I think what makes it close is when you get right in behind him, I'd like to give him more spread to his rear toes, maybe square his rear dew claw up just a fraction, but I think that's getting extra critical of a really stout, fresh one to go ahead and win this particular drive. The one that comes in second, man, from the side view profile, particularly this side with the white hind leg, this thing is absolute killer. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. He's extended about his head and neck. He's good in terms of the depth to his forerib and the center portion of his body. I'd like to clean him up in his throat latch, and when I get right on top of him, he's just not as aggressive in terms of his muscle shape and muscle pattern, and although his depth of rib is good, I've got to give him more curvature right there through his heart and the midsection of his body. But man, that one is so good from the side view profile. She does an awesome job of getting that one driven. One that comes out of 3, an intriguing one. When you talk about length of neck and a hog that's got some extra feature, he's a good-headed kind of a show barrow. He is so fresh when you get on top of him. Within the initial trio, he's probably got the most just in terms of back shape and spread. When I get right on top of him, he's got a great big rear leg working in him. I've got to soften him up through his midsection. He gets too high and tight right through his heart girth. He needs more flank. He just needs more physical fill and needs to be softer through the center portion of his body. The one that comes out of 4, man, this is another stouty. When this one comes right at you, his jawbone, his feature, just the prominence to his jaw, his chest are also good. He's another one that's got good shape and spread when I get on top of him. You let this guy get out here and go, and you get off to the side of him, he just reads too upright in terms of his blade and front end. I've got to give him more angulation to his shoulder. I've got to give him more cushion to his front foot, and then just make him go with a little more authority out of his hip and rear leg. But man, stoutness, bone, feature, muscle, they're all on point. That's a good pig to be this far down in class. The one that comes out of 5, presented to a T in terms of skin and hair, young man does an awesome job of getting this one out here and driven. I love his speed. I love his ability to get out here and cover surface. Of the initial 4 or 5 barrows, he's just the plainest in terms of back shape. He needs more turn. He needs a sharper edge. He just needs to be more hog right there to go ahead and get any higher within this particular drive. Good rib, good bodied one. That proportion's awesome. He's got good angulation to his front end. He's got good cushion to his lower joints. His ability to get out here and cover his tracks are super impressive. He's got to be stouter, particularly his jaw. You study the shape to his head, he gets a little more refined about his jaw. I've just got to give him stouter features to go ahead and get him any higher. Young lady that comes out of 7, something tells me that this one's a little hard-headed, and I'm not sure I've ever seen a pig driven with a pipe and a whip like this, but man, she has perfected it. You can tell that she has spent countless hours getting this one driven at home, and he's a good pig. He's fresh-backed, he's muscular, he's got awesome shape. He gets too refined and needs more foot, bone, and feature, needs to be stouter about his jaw, needs to be softer through the center portion of his body. One that comes out of 8, sharp-headed, sharp-looking one up front. He's just got to be more athletic in terms of the way he goes out of his hip and rear leg. We work into 9 and 10, man, the depth of quality quality within this particular class I thought was very, very good. This one needs more rib and body. Got to be a little sounder behind. One that comes out of 10's got to be square from his hock to ground. Tremendous, tremendous class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Alrighty, we got wrapped up there with Class 3 Hamp Barrows. Leading off the class will be Isaiah Gomez from Adair. He'd be exhibiting a Dare to Compare Barrow from Stolquist. Maya Coleman comes in second from Medill with a Buckle Up bred by Steele. Third will be Landon Leathers from Rattan with a Trick Daddy bred by Leathers. Trey Dorman from Lindsay will exhibit your fourth place Hampshire Barrow, and Kylan Camp from Laverne will round out the top 5. We're now going to be showing Class 4 Hamp Barrows. The weight range will be 267 to 278 pounds. We'll let Mr. Hilty go into that back sift there and see if there's anything else he wants to pull up, and then it looks like he's heading this way, so we're about to get this class rolling.
Yes, sir. 50 in the class. High numbers, high quality. Let's get to it. First one comes out of the gate, and that'll be Carson Kettner. She catches a pin.
That thing's tricked out.
Yeah, very nice pig come out there. And he'll catch a pin. That'll be Connor Wolf. That young man's going to catch a pin. That'll be 394. Hudson Locklear from Alrena. Baylor Lott from Hydro Eakley catches the next pin. And that one's been causing a little bit of a stir up in their part of the state.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Jace Clark there will catch a pin. .896 there will catch a pin. Dusty Gregory's going to catch a pin there.
Anna Frankie with the next pin. Vivian Humphreys catches the next one.
Heat's definitely turned it up here in the Hampshire Hog Show, let me tell you.
Definitely going to be a tough drive.
I think maybe after this class, Blake, I may have to run across the way and do a little bit of stuff over in the other barns, but hopefully I can be back here for these last couple Hamp classes and drive, because it's dang sure going to be a good one, I can tell you that.
The Hampshire Drive is definitely going to be very competitive. It always has. We've seen some incredible Hampshires come out the last couple years. Brigham Bunts last year, maybe the best show bear that I think I've ever seen in person. Just awesome pigs. Noah Palmer exhibited a Hamp a couple years ago that was truly elite. And so this Hampshire breed gets better and better every year. Awesome pig. 518 catches the next man. Rayson Williams from Ryan. That young lady catches a pin. Didn't catch a back tag number on her.
Something 81, 281 maybe?
I believe that would be Audrey Heath from Rush Springs. And it appears that Hilty has made his selections, and we will get on to the drive. Carson Kettner out of the 1.
Connor Wolf will get caught back there in the 1 pin.
Very nice swine project.
Not bad.
Definitely not bad for a dairy guy. Baylor Lott with his Hampshire goes into the 2-hole.
Jace Clark will go back into that 3 pin to get redrove.
I'll be interested to see what the pedigree behind this one is. That one's definitely different. Very heavy duty, and that one will catch a pin. It's going to be 896. Penley Carter from Eureka. Oh, excuse me, I believe that is Reed Dorman from Lindsay.
Miss Humphreys will go back. It's an extremely nice barrow.
Yeah, a couple years ago, she actually had a really, really nice barrow that would show at the Tulsa State Fair.
Yep.
Incredible pig. That one actually kind of looks like that one a little bit to me.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
In a very good way. In a very good way. Both awesome pigs.
Looks like 518 will go back and get him a pin.
Grayson Williams from Wright.
That young lady will catch a pin there in the white shirt. It looks to be 281.
Mackenzie Armitage from Yukon.
They've been known to show some good poor sign from time to time, huh? They've been very successful, very good family.
Dusty Gregory goes in the 9. And then 394 will go in 10.
Drop back out Mr. Wolf here. Mr. Lott will go back into the first pen and get redrove. Jace Clark will get put back in the 2 pin to get redrove. It also appears that gentleman there, couldn't catch his number there. Blake, do you know who that is in the 3-hole?
I do not, sir, no. Anna Frankie will go on the 4, though.
Vivian Humphreys will end up 5th.
.518 will be 6th. Rayson Williams from Ryan. Connor Wolf is going to be 8th, and then 281 will be
7th.
Yeah, Connor Wolf will be 7th, and then 281 will be 8th.
Miss Armitage. Bring back out Mr. Lott.
When you step back and evaluate that one, that one's definitely very intriguing from the side. Get on top of it, love that one's mass and shape. And then you get in behind it, and that one just still stays wide and true. He's a wide-based animal that's really, really good on the move. That's a nice animal.
Jace Clark will be 4th. Anna Frankie will be 3rd.
We have Baylor Lott and Reed Dorman out here for your class champion. And Mr. Dorman will win your class.
Well, I think tremendously good class, tremendously good pair, and I won't tell you that either one of these first two are perfect, but man, where they're good, I think tremendously good. I elected to use the young man's barrow there on the far side, and man, this one just in terms of his boxiness, in terms of his moderation, he's a hog that's got extra stoutness. He's so good in his body cavity. You get right on top of him, and he'll surprise you in terms of the amount of spread and just width he's got up high. He's broad-backed, and I think where he has the advantage over the pig that comes in second, he ties a little better about his head and neck. He's a little smoother out of his hip and rump. He just uses his rear leg with more athleticism over the pig that comes in two. I think that's a really good one to go ahead and win this particular drive. Good job, buddy. The pig that comes in two, no doubt, you like this one's extra shape and muscle. You get right on top of this guy. He's ditched out up top in terms of just his spread and width. I'm not sure we've seen a fresher back in a pig so far this week. He's got bone. He's got stoutness. He's got feature. I've got to make him better right there at the crest of his neck. I've got to make him longer and leveler out of his hip and rump as a result of him just being a little shorter and steeper there. He wants to tie up, and I know we drove him just a little longer, but driving him longer or not, he still needs to be longer hip for me. But man, that one is maxed out in terms of shape, muscularity, awesome in terms of skin and hair. My compliments to that young man and his family. They've done a tremendous job. Really good pig, still comes out of three here. Love this one's shape to his head. Love the way he opens in his chest. And of the initial trio of barrows, he's probably the best designed in terms of his top line. He's flat backed. He's extended up ahead of his shoulder blade. His length and levelness to his hip, his bend to his rear leg, I prefer all those things in this one. But with that said, he's longer bodied, and then when you get right on top of him, he would fit inside of those other two. He wants to flatten too much through his midsection, his forerib, and the center portion of his body. He's got to blend just a little differently right there at his ham-loin junction. But man, his design, his function, his build, his bend to his rear leg, his athleticism out here, all spot on. I've just got to moderate him and give him more punch in terms of his length. Pig that comes out of four, a slicker-haired one, and we can't discount him for that. I think when you analyze this pig for what he is big-chested, he is soft through the center portion of his body. He's another one that's incredibly fresh when you get right on top of him in terms of his broadness to his back. He's got a ditch working down it. He's good in terms of just the flare he's got to his hip and stifle as he goes directly away from you. I've got to blend him just a little differently right there at his ham-loin junction. Then I'd like to stouten him about his rear leg and rear foot. But that's a good pig that's well-driven, well-presented. My compliments to the young man. One that comes out of five, one that, again, extra stout and burly kind of a barrel. He's good in terms of his head shape. He's stout about his jaw. He's good and clean about his throat latch. He's got a big forearm working in him. I thought of the initial 4 or 5 barrows, he was the most restricted in terms of his just hip and his rear leg. I've got to give him more cushion to his rear passer and just to allow him to dig in and push off the surface and go with more authority off of his rear too. But I think that's another very high quality barrow to be this far down. Big chested one that comes next. I like the set and angulation to his shoulder, or I like his freshness when I get on top of him, just in terms of the muscle feeding out of the backside of his blade into a great big hip and stifle. He's one that wants to get a little shallower through the midsection of his body. I step right in behind him. I've got to square him from his hip hawk to ground. But again, I thought the depth of quality within this particular class was very good. Black-legged one that comes out next. Ultra muscular, fresh back, big-ended one. Like all those things about him. He's just a little too straight and upright out of his blade and front end. I've got to give him more cushion to his shoulder. I've got to give him more cushion to his front pastern, and then just blend him differently right there through his ham-loin junction. But man, that's a good pig to be this far down in an ultra-competitive class. One that that comes next, a good ribbed, good bodied one. I like, again, just from a freshness perspective, he gets a little longer about his head and face. He gets a little longer about his front toe. I've got to strengthen his front foot and then just change the shape to his head. But again, very good pig. One that comes out of 9, I like some things about, and I think worthy of discussion, a stout-headed, stout-featured one. I sure wish he had his front dew claws. You know, there's comes a point where we got to draw a line in the sand on things. I think if he has his front dew claws, we could talk about moving him up a little higher in this particular class. One that comes out of 10, fresh, muscular kind of barrow, gets a little longer bodied, gets a little flatter through the center portion of his rib there. I thought an awesome class, particularly there on the top end. Let's go ahead and put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Results out of Class 4 Hampshire Bears. Reed Dorman from Lindsay. That pig is a wild side from Decker Show Pigs. Baylor Lotson second. He's from Hydro Eakley with the Cotton Appin from Tipton Show Pigs. That one would be a litter mate to the 91K that sold last night. Anna Frankie in third. She's from Covington Douglas with the Money's On from Goss. And Jace Clark from Morris is in fourth. Vivian Humphreys from Moreland is in fifth. Congratulations to all in that class.
I'm back here, Class 5, Hampshire Barrows. Sitting here with Blake Weeks, young man here, winding out his show career, I guess, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I actually finished in the Purebred Gilt Show.
In the Gilt Show, there you go. Then had some Gilts participate last night there in the sales. So, what's next on the agenda for you?
I think I'm going to judge in college.
Yep.
Going to go on and do that. After that, I'm going to go on to OSU and hopefully get my degree in animal science.
Good. Have you decided where to go to school yet?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Redlands for
there you
junior
go.
college and then transfer on to OSU, hopefully
awesome.
on that judging team as well.
Right. Awesome. Well, that's good. So how's the pig show been the last few classes?
Ultra tough, actually. The hamsters get better and better every year. This class is definitely no shake off in quality. The top 4, 5, 6 definitely could go on and be very high up in the hamster lineup. I'm very interested to see what some of the pedigrees are behind these things because they're very, very nice.
Yep. Looks like we got a real good class here, it looks like. And you can just tell Will's kind of getting in a groove here. I mean, with him, this is what he loves right here. This is what he does it every day for. And you can just see he's got a little extra pep in his step when this whole class here come together. Do we know who any of these kids are or anything? Or?
Yeah, so the guy in the first hole, that's going to be Wyatt Dodd.
Yeah.
The young lady in the second will be Cheyenne Brewer. And then the young lady in the third hole is going to be Callie High. The young man in the 4 hole is Cash Cawthron. And then the young man in the 5 hole will be Brigham Bunt.
See? Wyatt's had a pretty good career with this pig, I believe, if I remember right.
Yeah, he's definitely made a reputation for himself. That's a very, very nice pig. I can see why. I believe that we are going to redrive the top 4. I believe he has his 5th through 10th placed already. Don't quote me on that if I'm wrong, but Cheyenne Brewer is going to be in 4th.
Quality continues to come as we get into these heavier weight Hampshire Barrows, but I think the young lady's barrow on the far side that wins this particular class does so in a pretty commanding fashion. You start at the tip of his nose. He's got a good kind of a show barrow head in him, transitions into a great big chest floor. He's got a big comfortable shoulder blade. He's got the right kind of angle and set to his shoulder. He's got cushion to his lower joints. You get into the midsection of him, he's so good ribbed and good bodied. His depth's good. The outward turn and curvature to it's good. You get on top of him. He's got a ditch working down in his back. It leaves you wide, true, and square. I think that's a good pig to go ahead and win this particular class. The one that comes in too, man, he is good looking just from the side view profile. He's got an awesome show barrel head, a stout jaw. He's good about his throat line and the way it ties into the base of his chest. He's another big-armed, fresh-backed one that's got the right kind of length to his hip. He's got got bend to his rear leg. He's got cushion to his lower joints. He gets out here and floats across the surface where he gets beat by our class winners. When you get into the midsection of him, I think his depth of rib is good, but when you get right up on top of him, he needs more curvature. He needs more shape. He's just got to have more bulk right there through the center portion of his body. The one that comes in 3, flawless in terms of skeleton, awesome head, awesome angulation to his shoulder, awesome length of hip, and just bend and flex to his rear leg. Plain and simple, he's got to have more. When I get on top of him, of the initial trio of Barrows, he's the plainest in terms of back shape and muscle. I've just got to give that guy more crease. I've got to give him more bulk. I've got to give him more muscle shape when I get on top of him. I don't know where he's at from a weight perspective, but almost reminds you of a pig that's running out of room just a bit in terms of weight for where he's at from a freshness standpoint. But man, his skeleton is so good. One that comes out next, awesome headed. He's stout jawed. He's slick about his head and neck. He ties into a great big chest. He's got a great kind of rib cage working in him. When I get right in behind him, I've got to square him in his hock. I got to give him more spread to his rear toes. I've got to square his dew claws as he goes directly away from me. His rib, his body, his look are all spot on. He's just got to be better when you step right in behind him as he goes directly away from you. Fresh, well-presented one that comes out of 5, driven to a T. Young man does an awesome job out here. I thought of the initial 4 or 5 Barrows, he got a little rounder out of his hip and rump. He got a little frailer, particularly about his forearm. I need to stouten him and strengthen him on his front foot, maybe clean him up there at the crest of his neck. But freshness, shape, muscularity, presentation are all on point there. That's a Barrow that just fell into a really tough class here. The one that comes in 6 is fresher just in terms of back shape and muscle, particularly the way it feeds out of the backside of his blade. He's got good turn. He's got good edge to his loin. He's one of those hogs that gets a little shorter out of his hip and rump. I've got to elongate him and just make him go with more flex and authority off his rear too. He's just got to dig in and push with more authority as he goes directly away from you. The front 2/3 of that one are incredibly good. I've just got to reconstruct him behind just a fraction. One that comes out next, a bigger outline pig that is still fresh from just a muscularity and freshness standpoint. I'd like to moderate him just a bit in terms of his frame size. I'd like to give him more punch through the center portion of his body. But again, I think this pig right here being in 7 or 8 speaks volumes to the depth of this particular class. We work through the rest of these. Good outline, good designed one right here that needs more aggressive back shape working in him. And we got a couple bigger ones that they have muscle and shape. They got to be better in terms of design. They got to be better in terms of function. I thought that was a really good class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those exhibitors.
Sorry. No, as I say quickly there, we'll get you some results as we move into Class 6 Hampshire Barrows. But you want to read us our top 5 there?
Yes, sir. Callie High starts off the class from Sterling with an all-out bred by TKO. Cash Cothran's in second. He resides in Stratford with a 56 from A.J. Lewis. Wyatt Dodd from Mustang is in third. That's another A.J. Lewis pig. And fourth is Cheyenne Brewer from Navajo. That's an OG. And then in fifth is Brigham Bunt from Ringwood.
I'd say, I think that pig there, that was a Goss Barrow there. I don't remember. That's a Party Trick or a Money's On. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly what they told me there, but the other Barrow was from Goss. So, yeah, Wyatt's pig, that was, I did remember that. That was a pig AJ actually sold. He was this Barrow battle pig there at perfect timing. Pigs had a good career. Class winner there, All Out. All Out's had quite a run this week. There he's I think we're going to see and probably hear his name called a few more times this week before it's over. Sounds like so. Now residing there at Premium Blend. I think you can actually see and learn more about him there on the website. So we're now into Class 6. This is our final class. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Class of 290 picks, 56 in the class. Ultra high quality class, I think. These heavyweight bears are going to be fun to look through.
That'll be good. Well, when we get them back up the hill, we'll come back to you and go from there.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Well, we're about ready to work through this top end and obviously give some time here because it took a couple of run-throughs on this one. Looks like a very, very deep class coming here.
Yeah, and that is Bryson Bowling come out of the 1. Gavin Strike is in the 2. J.C. Cantrell is in the 3.
I think they did this. They say, is this the cotton appy?
I don't know.
One of my guys behind us hollered that. Then the Striker pig, I think, is a Weisinger. Cantrell's coming out.
And that Striker boy catches the first pin.
Cundiffs, I think it's Schulte, they said. Is that a buckle up?
Yep, a buckle up from Schulte.
Nice bear there.
Definitely. And he catches the second pin.
It's the Mollet bear.
Yeah, OG from Mollet. And she goes back into a pin.
That thing has got a massive, massive back. He's the best back one of all of them there, looks like. Back and rib.
Definitely no slouch on the bone and foot size. And Emma Selvage will go into the 4 pin.
Do we know what Emma's bear is?
I do not.
Comes my little buddy Wade coming out. He'll quickly find a pin. That's the Pass the Hat pig that won Coba. Kept him together very good. I mean, that pig's still really fresh-bodied. This is going to be a very, very fun top 5 to rework here in a minute.
Yeah, and that Bowling kid will go in 7th, and Miss Cantrell will go in 6th.
So Gavin comes out again. Do we know what Gavin's pig is?
I do not.
I mean, we know Weisinger, but we don't know.
Very intriguing pig, though.
I think he may be an in-game. Like I said the other day, this is 2024, and we're still saying in-game, as we've done for multiple years now. It's amazing that that boar still, it seems like every year he continues to sire them stouter, or as stout as he has as then. I mean, you know, we all get hung up in that, but boar just done a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and that pig's very fundamental. Love the feet and legs on that thing. The skull structure is incredibly stout. That's a very nice bear that Mr. Strike is pushing around.
Richie's pig, that thing is wide.
Yeah, definitely a wild bear. From the side profile, that one might just be as good as any in here.
It's a good class of Hampshire bears here.
And after this class, we're going to go into our champion. I don't know how many they're going to pick, but I would guess quite a few.
All of these.
Yeah.
Looks like the Mollet bear goes 5. That's an OG. It's a pig Mollet sold there at the Backyard Bash. Shout out for all of those. Emma's one we don't know. We're going to need help on that. Where is that? Where did it happen to Coy? Craig, hell, he knows everything.
And that Emma Selvage girl is going to go in 4th. I believe Coy had to go get a Poland bear already.
Oh, there we go. No, I think.
Cundiff is in 4. Wade Ritchie is going to win your class.
Yeah.
Again, that is a Pass the Hat from TKO.
Very, very good bear there.
Well, as good as this class is, just in terms of depth and quality, there was never a point where the young man right in front of me driving the wide-belted one wasn't going to start this class. You talk about making them good-looking. You talk about making them burly. You talk about making them stout. You talk about making them good through the center portion of their body. You talk about making them flat-backed but moderate in length and then long out of their hip and rump. He does all those things, combines it into a sound, functional package. That one just does so many things well to go ahead and win a tough class and do it in a commanding fashion. My compliments to the young man. The 1 and 2, man, I guess the first thing that comes to mind is he looks expensive. I bet this thing, he looks incredible today. I bet at one point he looked like an absolute gamer. His stoutness, his arm, his feature, his proportions, his hair, his ability to get out here and cover surface. He is so unique from those perspectives. Just awesome shape to his head. He just looks like he's out of room from a weight perspective. He gets too hard. He gets too dry through the center portion of his body. He just doesn't open with the same kind of freshness through his midsection as what our class winner does. But that's a very unique one to go ahead and be 2. That's an awesome pair to go ahead and start this class. Young ladies Barrow that comes out of 3, man, just ran into a buzzsaw of a class because this is a high-quality Hampshire Barrow. He's stout-headed. He's fresh-backed. He's good in terms of his silhouette when you get off to the side of him. He's just not as extended or not quite as good right there at the top of his pole as the one directly ahead of him. Just plain and simple, he's not as unique looking as those 2, but basic fundamentals, form, function, rib, body, freshness, feet and legs are all on point. He's just got to have more of a unique look up front. Whale of a good class. My compliments to her. One that comes out of 4, I penned this one up pretty quick because when he drives right at you, he's good ribbed, he's good bodied, he's fresh backed. He gets a little crestier right there at the top of his neck and his pole of the initial 3 or 4 barrows. When I get right on top of him, he's the least descript in terms of his muscle shape feeding out of the backside of his blade. I've just got to give him more crease. I've got to harden him up and give him more shape. But again, that's a very good pig to be 4 in an ultra competitive class. Unique one comes in 5. The hog breeder in me is interested to know how this one's bred because he is 9 kinds of stout. Stout jawed, big arm. He's got as big a rear leg working in him as maybe any barrel we've seen so far this week. It's just got to piece together better. When you're off to the side of him, he's crestier at his neck. He pulls apart at his ham-loin junction. More importantly, when you get right in behind him with all that added bone and stoutness, his hock needs to be cleaner. He's just got to have a different shape to his hock from behind. But man, he is intriguing from a stoutness perspective. I'd love to know how he's bred. That's a very unique pig to be in 5. One that comes out of 6, awesome in terms of skin and hair. His freshness, his presentation are incredibly good. He gets longer bodied. As a result, he wants to flatten through his midsection. I'd just like to moderate him in terms of his length and just give him more punch when he drives directly at you. But that's a good pig. My compliments to the young lady. Does an awesome job. One that comes out of 7, big backed, round ribbed, round bodied one. I've just got to extend this guy off of both ends of his skeleton. We work through the rest of these, and again, I thought an incredibly good class. Just got to tweak some things here in terms of feet and leg perspective, maybe tweak some things in terms of freshness. Awesome class to round out our Hampshires. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Coming out of Class 1, Claire Voss. That's a pace car from Halphen. Will Jasper comes out of the second class with a buckle up bred by Jasper.
Buckle Up's had a good week, to say the least. It's cool. You see a young man raise a pig there like that and come play at this level.
And then Isaiah Gomez out of that third class. That's a dare to compare from Stoquist. Sorry. Reed Dorman out of Class 4 with a wild side bred by Decker.
Deckers have had a good week this week.
Very much so. And your Class 5, Callie High from Sterling with an all-out bred by TKO.
Congratulations to Kyle Hicks on a great Hampshire show here today.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Class 6 is Wade Ritchie from Altus. That is a pass the hat bred by Hicks.
Yeah. 2 class winners and arguably one of the tougher Hampshire Barrow shows that we've had here. Late.
And I'll get into your extended results on Class 6 while they're looking through these things. Wade Ritchie starts us off. Like I said, pass the hat from TKO. Gavin Stryka with an in-game from Weisinger. Emma Selvage with a good day raised by Selvage. Hagen Cundiff with a buckle up from Schulte. Presley Bennett with an OG from Mollet. I actually talked to Mr. Ritchie the other day, and he said he was going to go into it with as much swag as he could. He made sure he had the most expensive hair gel, made sure he had on his best belt buckle, and said he was ready to go play with the big boys.
That Wade's my buddy. I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good kid. That's the kind of kids we need around the show ring.
For no doubt, no doubt. He's the first one to go out of his way and come. He always shakes my hand. And looks like they've made their mind up. Let's hear what Will has to say about this great set of Hampshire Barrows.
Well, I think it's been an incredible Hampshire show to work through. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these 6 class winners on an awesome set of pigs out here. You know, we get them back out here, and I think all certainly good representatives of their class. They're hogs that offer some bone. They're hogs that offer some feature. They're hogs that offer some freshness through the center portions of their body. But yet, with that said, there's one that we think is just a standout that does all those basic fundamentals, does it with an elite show barrel kind of look in terms of his head and neck, his back line, his length of hip, just his utilization of all his joints. For a hog that's got extras in terms of that kind of width, that kind of muscle, man, his skeletal joints, the set to his shoulder, the length to his hip, the bend to his rear leg, the cushion to his lower joints, I think are all so elite, coupled with that big-time show bear look. Young man right here has got your champion.
Champion Hampshire exhibited by Wade Ritchie from Altus. That'll bring Gavin Stryka from Yukon to the ring. Show for reserve.
Congratulations to Wade there and his family. Awesome Barrow, awesome family.
Definitely very deserving. Again, That is a pass the hat bred by Kyle Hicks.
Great job to Kyle Hicks. Appreciate it. That's very, very cool.
That'll drop out Gavin Stryka, second in that class with an in-game from Weisinger. Definitely no slack off in quality.
No, good barrow.
It's a very nice barrow. That heavy class might have been as good of a heavyweight barrow class that I've seen in a while. And it looks like they're looking between the Class 5 winner and the second in Class 6. Both very, very nice bears.
They've made their mind up. We'll see them.
We get ready to tie your reserve out here, and it becomes a two-horse race. The two barrows that are closest to me are the ones in contention, and I'll equate it to a little bit of what we talked about in the Champion Duroc drive the other day. There's one he's better centered, he's better through his forerib, he's better through the midsection of his body. He comes with a little extra crest right there at the top of his blade. Then there's one that's just absolutely unique in terms of skull shape, in terms of bone, in terms of feature, in terms of proportions. He looks like he's up against it maybe from just a weight perspective, but as we did in the Duroc breed, man, we're here to find the unique ones that can check some boxes. He's the one we like next best. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Gavin Stryka, to his reserve Champion Hampshire. Bear there an in-game from Weisinger. So good bear there. Yeah, he looks like he's up against it. I'm going to go out on a limb right now and tell you that that preliminary grand drive tomorrow, he will look like one powerful beast, I bet you, out there. With his kind build, the way he looks.
Carroll comes out of an incredibly tough class, and he jumps right in the mix. There's another one out here that I talked about. The midsection of this one that's going to be third out is absolutely incredible. I've talked about a lot about curvature to a forerib and depth to the center portion of their body while still maintaining good proportions. He does all those things very, very well. Maybe just not as elite looking out of his front end as the ones we named champion in reserve, but this young lady right here is going to have your third out.
Congratulations there to Cali High. That bear is an all-out and bred by TKO. So huge congrats to all those that are on the top side of that. Congratulations to Kyle Hicks and his family and the crew there. Having two of the three Hampshire Barrows. That's pretty remarkable, this day and age, and as tough as this is. Very proud of them. We'll let you continue to watch the lineup of the Hampshire Barrows. I'm sure they're going to line up a high number of those. You can watch that through there. We don't even know how many sell, I guess, at this particular point, but listen to the rest of the way out, and we'll join you here at the end of this breed.
Through this sale lineup, we dropped that second place, the narrow belted one out here, and he jumps right into the mix just from a freshness and muscle standpoint when all things are considered, and we come back to making him unique and good in terms of the basic fundamentals. He's good in terms of his feet and legs, and then when you talk about show barrow look and presence, I think he's absolutely the best one out here from that aspect. We like him next. Congratulations.
Number 4 comes from Class 5. That's Cash Cawthorn from Stratford. That'll bring Wyatt Dodd from Mustang to the ring. Cheyenne Brewer from Navajo, you're on deck in 5. Our 5th selection comes from Class 6. That's Emma Selvage from Morris. That'll bring Hagen Cundiff to the ring. Presley Bennett from Yukon, you're on deck in 6. Our 6th selection comes from Class 6. That's Hagen Cundiff from Perkins. That'll bring Presley Bennett from Yukon to the ring. J.C. Cantrell, you're on deck for Class 6. Number 7 comes from Class 6. That's Presley Bennett from Yukon. That'll introduce J.C. Cantrell to the ring. Bryson Bowling, you're on deck in Class 6. Our 8th selection comes from Class 3. That's Isaiah Gamez from Adair. That'll bring Mila Coleman from Medill to the ring. Landon Leathers, you're on deck for 3. Our 9th selection comes from Class 4. That's Reed Dorman from Lindsay. That'll bring Baylor Lott to the ring from Hydro. Anna Frankie, you're on deck in Class 4. Our 10th selection comes from Class 3. That's Mila Coleman from Medill. Landon Leathers, you'll need to come to the ring. Clay Dorman, you're on deck for 3. Number 11 comes from Class 3. That's Landon Leathers from Rattan. That'll bring Clay Dorman from Lindsay to the ring. Kylan Camp, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 12th selection comes from Class 3. That's Clay Dorman from Lindsay. We need Kylan Camp in the ring. Claire Whitman from El Reno, you are on deck in 3. Our 13th Hampshire comes from Class 5. That's Wyatt Dodd from Mustang. That'll introduce Cheyenne Brewer from Navajo to the ring. Brigham Bunt, you're on deck in Class 5. Our 14th selection comes from Class 3. That's Kylan Camp from Laverne. We need Clara Whitman from El Reno in the ring. Annie Dameron from Sayre, you're on deck in Class 3. Our 15th selection comes from Class 6. That's J.C. Cantrell from Ripley. We need Bryson Bowling from Covington Douglas in the ring. Rayner Cope from Perkins, you're on deck for Class 6. Sixteenth Hampshire comes from Class 4. That's Baylor Lott from Hydro Eakley. We need Anna Frankie from Covington in the ring. Jace Clark, you're on deck in Class 4. Our 17th selection comes from Class 2. That's Will Jasper from Jones. That'll bring Dax Inman to the ring. Creed White, you're on deck for Class 2. Eighteenth selection comes from Class 1. That's Claire Voss from Chisholm. Gage Montgomery from Kellyville. We need you in the ring. Rafe Mincer, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 19th Hampshire is Anna Frankie from Covington Douglas. We need Jace Clark from Morris in the ring. Vivian Humphreys, you're on deck for Class 4. Twentieth selection comes from Class 1. That's Gage Montgomery from Kellyville. That'll bring Rafe Mincer from Ripley to the ring. Mila Coleman, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 21st selection comes from Class 5. That's Cheyenne Brewer from Navajo. That'll introduce Brigham Bunt from Ringwood to the ring. Ember Bell, you're on deck in Class 5. Our 22nd Hampshire is from Class 5. That's Brigham Bunt from Ringwood. Ember Bell will come to the ring. Madison Castle, you're now on deck for Class 5. Our 23rd Hampshire comes from Class 5. That's Ember Bell from Caney Valley. We'll have Madison Castle in the ring. Nicholas Armitage, you're on deck for Class 5. Our 24th is Dax Inman from Mulhall. We need Creed White from Sharon Mutual in the ring. Evie Rue Cantrell, you're on deck for Class 2. Our 25th and final selection in the Hampshire lineup is Creed White from Sharon Mutual from Class 2. Congratulations to our Hampshire exhibitors. Let's bring Class 1 Polands to the SIFT, please. Class 1 Polands to the SIFT.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option. There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
New Wild Bunch numbers. Number 1110, number 771, number 984, number 816, number 1422, number 509, and number 570. Those are all winners with the Wild Bunch. That could be anything from 500 pounds of feed to show supplies to feed racks, all sorts of things that are still up in the air for people to claim. So if you have one of those numbers, bring your button, come to the announcer stand, and we'll get you situated.
And we're back with the Poland Bears. Just to recap on the Hampshires, Wade Ritchie takes champion. Gavin Strike is in reserve. Both really nice pigs. Reflects the Hampshire show in an incredible way. Congratulations to them.
It's an intriguing one coming in.
And that one's going to catch a pin. It'll be 258. That is going to be Layla Stansblack from Minko.
Madison Rich from Stratford also grabs her a pin right there.
And then I see Coy Craig over there in the pins. Got a couple others. I believe we have 6 pinned back right now. That one is intriguing. Throughout the front 1/3 of that one's body is about as extended as Poland's gets, I think. I mean,
yes, sir, indeed.
Looks like we got a mark out on the back. Can't really get a read on the back tag number.
But Jaden Caldwell, looks like, just got put back. .038 just got put back. Looks like Colton Tatum.
038, that would be Colton Tatum from Adair.
Yes, sir. Been known to show some good Poland hogs from time to time.
Yeah, had a really nice Berkshire, I believe, a couple seasons ago. And this would be Class 1 Poland China Bears, 45 in the class, sorry. Weight range is 230 to 275. Going to be a really nice set of these Polands. And after this, we're going to roll right into the light cross Bears. That young man's going to catch a pin. 675. Cope Ote from Alex.
Alec, as the natives call it.
Looks like he has his several selected. Going to bring him back out and place him. Cade Spears comes out of the first hole. Coy Craig's right there in second. Didn't really get a read on a couple of these guys' back tag numbers as they come out, but we will get that to you.
This might be one of the better lightweight pole classes I think I've seen at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Yeah, no, this one, I've seen him at a couple shows, and he's done very, very well. Definitely good built. Love that thing from the side. A really nice Poland Barrow.
This thing's neat.
And then young man out here, really, really nice showman. Poland's giving him a little bit of trouble, but that's a very nice pig. Yeah, no, getting into these Polands, attitudes are high. Pigs are not wanting to cooperate, but a lot of these kids are very, very nice showmen. Don't really judge them off of the attitudes of their Polands, but Coy Craig goes back into that first pin.
It's a nice looking one.
Yeah, young lady will catch the second pin. Be 994. Kaylee McPherson from Minko. Tell him to crawl. So we have Kaylee, or we have Kaylee McPherson from Minko and Coy Craig, and then 545 will catch your third pin. It'll be Maddie Rich from Stratford. .906 actually has that marked out. Don't know that young man, but he will be in your 4-pin. That young lady is going to catch our 5-pin. That would be 310.
I believe that's the Caldwell girl, is it not?
Yeah, Jaden Caldwell from Kiefer will go into your 5-pin. Have 6 of these pinned back. Colton Tatum is in the 6. Just a recap on a couple of these pedigrees. Going through, your champion is going to be a Pass the Hat from TKO. The reserve will be an in-game from Weisinger. Your third overall will be an all-out from TKO. Fourth out is going to be a 56 from AJ Lewis. Your fifth out is going to be a Good Day raised by Selvage. Your sixth out is going to be a Buckle Up raised by Schulte. Your seventh out is going to be an OG from Mollet. Your eighth out is going to be a Dare to Compare from Stolquist. And then your ninth out is going to be a Wild Side from Decker. And 10th out is a Buckle Up from Steele. Saw a lot of Buckle Up throughout the Hampshires and the Gilt Show. I think he's going to do a really, really nice job. And then Coy Craig comes out of the first hole. That McPherson girl will come out of the 2. Maddie Rich out of the 3. I believe that's the McPeak kid, is it?
Yes,
That
it
is.
is.
That is Case
Yep.
McPeak from Smithville. Sorry that took so long to gather. Had some problems with the back tag.
It's a very neat pig.
Jaden Caldwell is going to go in 6th. Maddie Rich will go in 5. Kaylee McPherson will be in 4th.
Colton Tatum in 3rd.
And that leaves Coy Craig and Case McPeak out. Coy Craig in 2nd, and Case McPeak will win your class.
As we finish up with the Hampshires and jump into the Polands, kind of got to recalibrate yourself just a little bit. But I think without a doubt, we've got some quality here to work with at the top end. Young man's Barrow that wins this first class of Polands just gives more of a meat animal shape, if you will, coming out of the backside of his blade. He's got more shape. He's got more expression. He's broader in his chest. He's got more blade. He's just got more hip and stifle. He just simply overpowers the Barrow that comes in 2nd, still does it in a balanced, functional kind of package. Good Barrow to go ahead and win this Class 1. The one that comes in 2, no doubt, he's a little bit of a knothead, giving the young man fits out here, and that's unfortunate because I think that's a good pig. Just from a balance and functionality standpoint, his lines are good, his proportions are good, his bone matches him, and he can obviously get out here and go. He might not go where you want him to, but he can get out here and cover the surface. I just thought his added flexibility, added feature with the correctness of his angles, go ahead and let him beat the one that comes in 3. The one that comes in 3 offers more, probably just true muscle shape when you get right on top of him. He's got a tremendously big blade working in him. He's got good flair to his hip and stifle. When you're off to the side of this one, I just didn't get him to balance as well. He's a little pinched right there at his ham loin. He's a little forward and upright in his shoulder, but more importantly, it's the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I've just got to make him go with more flex and stability before we can talk him any higher. One that comes out of 4 is good in terms of proportions. He's a good ribbed, good bodied kind of bear that gives you a good silhouette from the side view profile. I got to change the way he wants to wrinkle there at his ham loin junction. And then more importantly, when I get right in behind him, I've got to make him cleaner jointed. I got to give him more spread to his rear toes, more spread to his rear dew claw. But again, his body, his muscularity, his freshness, allow him to go ahead and catch a pen. A big-chested, really muscular one that comes next. He's ultra bold about his chest. He's got good back shape and muscle when I get on top of him. He wants to get just a little crestier there in terms of his head and neck. I'd like to extend him off of both ends of his body, make him neater looking up front, make him longer and leveler out of his hip and just looser hinged off of his rear too. But man, he's fresh and muscular, like those things about him. One that comes next, a bigger outlined, tall fronted one. I like the look and and presence that he gives you from a side view profile. I've just got to give him more through his midsection. His heart and rib need to be softer. He's got to have more outward turn to his forerib in the center of his cage. But, man, he's good looking. He's good build. He's good design. He can get out here and cover some surface. One that comes next, ultra big rib. He just gets a little too over-conditioned, if you will, looking to me. He wants to wrinkle right there at his shoulder-loin junction. He wants to wrinkle through his ham-loin junction. I've got to lean him up and just make him more muscular, give him more meat animal shape, and just do it in a better balanced package. But again, freshness, skin and hair, all allow him to go ahead and catch a pin here. We work through the rest of these. One that comes next has got to be better in terms of just his feet and legs. The paler skinned one there has just got to have more horsepower from end to end. Then we round out with one that's just got to be more functional off his rear too. Good class to start our Poland's with. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
All right, that'll line out that Class 1 of Poland Barrows. Leading off the class, we have Case McPeak from Smithville. In second, Coy Craig from Locust Grove. In third, we have Colton Tatum from Adair. In fourth, we have Kaylee McPherson from Minko. And rounding out the top 5, we have Madison Rich from Stratford.
Yeah, we're getting into Class 2 Poland's. Got 43 in the class, weight range from 276 to 290. Going to be a nice set of these things. After this, we're going to go into the breed drive.
All right, we're rolling into this Class 2 of Poland's. Weight ranges from 276 to 290 pounds. Just to recap on the first class, our class winner was Case McPeak from Smithville. A very, very good pig.
I don't know if our heavyweight Poland's can even hold a candle towards the heavyweight Hampshires, but they're dang sure going to try. Those heavyweight Hampshires, they were very, very different. I believe we had 5 of them in the top 10. Yeah. That truly shows how good the heavyweights are starting to get.
Looks like 676, and as well as Summer Prince will go ahead and catch a pin.
Make sure and tune in tomorrow for the Dark Crossbred show, as well as the Grand Drive is occurring later. Going to be a really nice Grand Drive. Compiled some really, really good breed champions already.
Yes, sir, indeed. I think we'll lead off the Grand Drive with Market Hogs. So I think about 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So it'll be a very, very good drive, and it's always a nice little production to watch to showcase the kids. So tune in if you have the chance.
And 678 is going to catch your next pin. That is going to be Adeline Brumley from Ninnikoff.
This young man caught a pin as well. That'd be 884. Oh, well, maybe not. I may have...
775, however, did catch a pin.
Yep.
Briley Stevens from Ninnikoff, another Ninnikoff in the class. Molly Noyes from Morrison caught another pin. That young lady's going to catch a pin. That'll be 153.
Intriguing one.
Yeah, definitely a really nice pig right there.
Go ahead and grab it a pin. That'd be 728.
728. That is going to be Chastity Smith from Vian. That young man's going to catch a pin.
746.
Jax Weeder from Woodward. Yeah, and I can get behind some Travis Tritt on the music side of things. Definitely a great artist to play at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. I wouldn't mind if they sit here and played him the entire time, actually.
Well, that's a stout mud one, ain't it?
Yeah, that's a really nice pig.
I do believe that would be Mr. Harris. They've been known to raise a Poland or two.
Yeah, they've had some nice ones throughout the past couple of years. I think they've had some success with it, and he'll catch a pin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was either this summer or last summer they actually had a high selling board there at STC in Springfield. Very, very good pig. I remember that pig very, very well. Huge back, big limbs. Very, very good.
Yep, J.W. Harris from Paul's Valley catches your next pin. He'll roll into the 9th pin. I don't know. Preston Haynes will be in your 10th. And that young lady's going to catch your next pin.
I believe that would be Miss Rochelle.
850. Yeah, Raykin Rochelle from Empire.
Yep. Very, very good family. Alrighty, it looks like these exhibitors on the inside will be excused, and we'll continue on with this heavyweight class of Poland Barrows.
Yeah, like I said earlier, 2 classes of these. Going to roll into the breed champion drive and then get into the light crosses. Got a couple classes of those. Going to be a really nice set of them. 4 classes of light crosses.
That is a style featured one right there. Summer Prince will get put back into the 1 hole. Seven, 6, 8 will also be put back.
Adeline Brumley goes into the 2-pin.
I believe that's a Richie pig, is it not?
I believe so. Yeah, that one's had a very nice career. Actually, I think they've won a lot with that one.
Pretty sure it won its county, didn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, actually won the entire county.
Yep, that was a very, very good pig.
Molly Noyes into the 3-pin. And that young lady's going to go into the 4-pin. Seven, 4, 6 will go into the 5-pin. It's going to be Jax Weeder from Woodward. J.W. Harris will be 6th. And he has rolled through his 7th through 10th, I believe. Going to redrive the top 5 and select your class winner and then move on to the breed champion. And Summer Princess Poland definitely has all the bells and whistles for that breed.
Very much so.
This Brumley girl has a very fundamental one too.
It doesn't.
Molly Noise will go in the 5-hole. Having some technical difficulties with the 5-pin right now, but they got it. That young lady is going to be 4th, 153. Lexi Varnell from Sarah. Well, Cooper, if you told me that all of these had won their breed champions at their county or district shows, I definitely wouldn't believe you. These things are really nice, awesome top trio of pigs. Going to be a nice Poland drive. That young man's going to be 3rd. Adeline Brumley in 2nd. And Summer Prince will win the class.
I think a lot of good represented here at the top, yet it's a challenging class to piece together because there's so many different parts and pieces. I guess the one that I just kept gravitating back towards, I thought was one that offers just a tremendous look from the side. And then without a doubt, he's the most comfortable in his skeleton, the set to his angle, an angle to his shoulder, the cushion to his front knee, the bend to his rear leg. His just ability to get out here and cover surface and do it in a show barrel look is where he gets the class advantage. I'd like to give him more punch through the center to be critical of him. But again, I think he's the one that checks the most boxes and does it in a comfortable package to go ahead and be your class winner. The one that comes in 2 is no doubt the stout, burly one. He's big-armed. He's got a big rear leg working in him. He's stout about his head. He's stout about his jaw. He's not as attractive through the front 1/3 of his body. He's not as good in terms of his design from the side. He's not just as long and level out of his hip, and as a result, he's just not as comfortable off either end of his skeleton, but there's no denying the extra stoutness and feature that he brings to the table. Young lady does a nice job to go ahead and be in 2. The louder marked one that comes out of 3, another stout featured one. He's got a big arm. He's got a good kind of jawbone working in him. He just gets to be the plainest in terms of just muscle and shape when I get right on him. He's got some volume of muscle. I just need to give him sharper edges, give him more crease down his back, but his added bone feature and proportionality are what allow him to go ahead and get towards the top of this heavyweight Poland class. One that comes out next is good ribbed, good bodied. He's a round-centered kind of a pig that's got good shape and dimension when I get right on top of him. His range of motion and athleticism are all very, very good. I read him to be the frailest of the initial 4, just in terms of foot bone and feature. I've got to stouten him up. I got to give him bigger feet, just give him bigger limbs from end to end. Fresh muscular one comes out next. Awesome in terms of just his back shape feeding out of his loin. He comes back into a great big hip and stifle. He's a broad-shouldered kind of barrel. I got to make him more attractive about his head and neck, and then he's another one for all the muscle and shape he's got. I don't think his feet and bones match what are up high. Got to stouten him up just a fraction. One that comes out next, young man brings us another one that's very good just in terms of muscularity. He's got a broad back. He's got good shape up high. I've got to relax him in his spine. When I get off to the side of him, he's a little higher and tighter in his spine. And wants to camp his rear leg up underneath of him. He just needs to be a looser skeletoned animal from end to end. We work through the rest of these. Again, hogs that are well presented in terms of skin and hair, hogs that have some muscle and shape as a whole. We've just got to work on feet and legs as we get into the bottom end of this heavyweight Poland class. A good group of pigs, great group of young people. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them as they head back.
Class 2 winners, first place, Summer Prince from Garber. Second, Adeline Brumley from Ninnekal. Third, Jack Sweater from Woodward. Fourth, Lexi Barnell from Sayre. Fifth, Molly Noyes from Morrison. Sixth, J.W. Harris from Pauls Valley. Seventh, Briley Stevens from Ninnekal. Eighth, Emery Hall from Anadarko. Ninth, Chastity Smith from Vian. And 10th, Rakin Rochelle from Empire. Showmanship winner for Class 2 was Molly Noyes.
And we're back on your Class 2 results. In first, Summer Prince from Garber. Adeline Brumley from Ninnekal comes in second. Did not get a back tag number read on the kid in 3. Lexi Varnell from Sayre will be in 4th. And Molly Noyes will be in 5th. We're now driving for the Champion Poland Honors. Out of Class 1, I believe that we have Case McPeak from Smithville. Out of Class 2, we have Summer Prince from Garber. And Cooper unfortunately had to leave us. We brought in his new guy, or his replacement, I guess. Brought in Evan Hinkle. Evan talked with us the other day during the Purebred Hampshire Drive, I believe.
Yep, happy to join you.
And just a reminder, if you are at the fairgrounds, go make sure and get your Wild Bunch button. Help out all the kids in the sale. I believe that it helped raise the premiums and also helped raise the amount that kids got in the premium sale. So really good deal. Get a button that pays tribute to the best ag teachers that Oklahoma has probably ever seen and will ever see. Make sure and go get one of those. Nice pig come out of there, out of the first class. Again, Case McPeak from Smithville. And then Class 2 will be Summer Prince from Garber. That's an ultra nice pig, really nice Poland drive. And the heavyweights have just been competitive all day. I mean, throughout the Hampshires, we've seen a lot of really, really nice heavyweights today. The heavyweight Chesters, even, were really good.
Let's go, head up, big circles, big circles.
And Mr. Hilty has made his selection.
Well, just two classes of Poland's to work through, but as we get our two class winners out here, man, I think state of Oklahoma should be proud of the Poland representatives we've got. Let's give the young man, give the young lady a nice round of applause on their class winners. You know, as we've run into several times here over the past 2 days, you get these two hogs out here, and they're hogs that complement each other very, very well. There's one that's a little better in terms of just the shape to the center portion of his body. There's another one out here, though, just in terms of angles, joints, flexibility, his look, his design, his shoulder set, the way he uses his hip and rear leg. We feel he's just a notch more secure, gives us a better look ahead of his blade, and just comes in more of a show barrel looking package. Young ladies heavyweight's going to be your champion.
Champion Poland, exhibited by Summer Prince from Garber. We introduce Adeline Brumley from Ninnekal to the ring to show for reserve.
Summer Prince will be your champion. That's out of Class 2. Got Adeline Brumley come out of that second place, and that was an ultra deep class. I think she comes out here and makes the drive a little bit tougher just based off of pick and choose. Corb and Mr. Hilty are discussing, and they have made their mind.
We drop that second place in, and I think it becomes close, and I think the hogs resemble each other a lot just in terms of having some added feature, having some extra muscle and shape. Within the pair, we think there's one of them that's just better designed in terms of his length of hip and the way he utilizes his rear leg. Young man's Class 1 winner is going to be a reserve.
Case McPeak will be your reserve champion. That's out of Class 1. Bring in Coy Craig, second in Class 1. Coy Craig, out of the first class, will be your bronze overall. Adeline Brumley will be your fourth overall Poland. That comes out of Class 2. Colton Tatum come out next. He's out of Class 1. That would bring out Jaylee McPherson. Jax Weeder from Woodward will be your
sixth overall.
Sixth overall. And we'll sign back in when they get into the light crosses. They're going to pick a couple more of those Polands. Again, signing out.
As we tune back in here to the Barrow show, we're now entering the ring is going to be the light cross class 1, ranging from 230 to 252. Going to be a good light cross Barrow show today.
Yes, sir. Evan have 51 records in the class. High quality class is what it's going to look like. Lots of numbers, and that young lady's going to get sent to the scales. That'll be 990. I think that's Ember Bell. Caney Valley FFA. And just a reminder, we have 4 classes of these things. After that, we're going to line up a drive, and then that'll be it for the day. So. And that young lady's going to get sent to the scales. That'd be 508. Aniston Taylor from Stillwell. And I believe that was our reserve in the futurity show that happened a couple days ago. And that one's going to catch a pin. That'll be Kylie Beller from Coweta. That young lady's also going to catch a pin. 952. That'll be Allie Salyer from Morris. That young man will catch our next pin. 640. Grant Church from Fairview. Intriguing one comes right out of the gate right there. And he'll catch a pin. 544. Jay Stotts from Hydro Eagley. That young lady's going to catch a pin. 317. Chloe Scarborough from Turner. That young lady will catch a pin. Sydney Cundiff from Perkins Tryon. That young man will catch a pin. 7-2-6. That'll be Kaysen Kimball from Hydro Eakley. Nice pig come out there.
Very intriguing.
Very progressive headed, actually. That's when it runs uphill. Like that one a bit. It'll be 9-1-3. Parker Eubanks from Wilson. Another really nice one come out there. And Mr. Hilty has made his selections. He's going to move on to our class and placing the top 10.
As we excuse these exhibitors, this just shows the sheer quality of these light crosses here up at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. There's a bunch of nice pigs out here listed.
Yep, good class of these things. Ready to sit back and evaluate all the way through the heavyweights. Definitely awesome sets of these. We'll see how it keeps going. Ember Bell will come out of the first pin to start us off. That one's ultra stout. You got big bones, got big feet, super flexible, and she'll go back in a pin. Ember Bell receives the first pin. That young lady's also going to get a pin. Oh, never mind. Looked like she was going towards a pin. Kylie Beller, though, receives a pin. That young man's also going to receive a pin. 640. That young man also receives a pin, 544.
Jay Scotts from Hydro Euclid.
And Grant Church before him. Sydney Cundiff from Perkins Tryon is going to go into your 5th pin. $726. Kaysen Kimball from Hydro Eakley will receive the next one. $913 will go into the 7th pin. Parker Eubanks from Wilson. Allie Salyer will go in 8th. And he has placed out his 8th through 10th and is going to bring out, I believe, the first 7. Ember Bell again coming out the first gate. And she immediately gets pinned back. Kylie Beller immediately goes back to the 2nd pin. That young man is going to go into the 3 pin. 913, again, Parker Eubanks from Wilson. Ultra nice top 4. Going to get into these and place them like he likes them. Right now it looks like he's going through 4 through 6. 4 through 7th, excuse me. He's going to place this 4 through 7th. And Kaysen Kimball go in 4th. Jay Stotts will go in 5th. Grant Church is going to go in 6th, and Sydney Cundiff will go in 7th. Again, Ember Bell comes out of the first hole. I would believe that he likes this one. He's got her out a couple times and put her right back up.
Yeah, very high quality right there.
Kylie Beller out of the 2.
I can see him driving these two for a while.
Yeah, even with that you drop in that 3rd place, I think it's really competitive.
Yeah, top 3 trio is going to be very good in this class.
Like I said earlier, that Kylie Beller pig would have been your reserve in the futurity deal. Really nice show. It truly shows how nice the quality is if the reserve is out here, showing out in class and is in the top 3 of a class. And that one's just about as tricked out as they get for a light crossbred. I believe that's from McGuire.
Yeah, McGuire Livestock.
Yeah, white feather from McGuire. That one's had a very storied jackpot career.
Let's go.
Kylie Beller goes 3rd.
Let's go.
Ember Bell goes 2nd, and Parker Eubanks will win the class.
I think a really good class to start off these light crosses, and a lot of variation here at the top end in terms of maybe frame size and maturity pattern. I think that's one of the places the blue-eyed Barrow goes ahead and has the advantage. I like his just later maturity pattern. I think he's a tall-shouldered one that's extended ahead of his blade. He's got good shape and expression feeding out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Comes back into a great big hip and stifle. You step right in behind him. He's square, wide, and true. And I think his just added comfort level as he comes out here and goes across the surface also gives him the advantage of the stout one that comes in two. No doubt the Barrow that comes in two is the stouty of this particular drive. He's big-armed. He's got a huge rear leg. He's really three-dimensional when you get right on top of him. I guess he gets a little smaller in terms of just type and kind. I'd like to lengthen his cannon and make him a notch bigger in terms of the kind of hog he is, but there's no denying his extra width, his extra stoutness, his extra feature all allow him to go ahead and get to the top end of this particular drive. Young lady does an awesome job with that one. Beautiful colored, beautiful patterned one comes out next that I think is awesome from the side view profile. He's got a sharp head, a sharp neck, a good jawline. He's got a great big forearm working in him. You get right on top of him of the initial trio. He's the plainest just in terms of his back shape and muscle. He's got to have more aggressive turn to his loin edge. And then when you get right in behind this guy, although he uses his rear leg with good range of motion, he wants to push his hock to the outside of his body. That's a very interesting one to go ahead and be in third. Young lady does an awesome job with that one as well. Another stouty comes out of 4. Man, this one's got some extra bone and feature. His jaw is just the prominence of his jaw. He's got a huge forearm and a huge rear leg working in him. I've got to extend him and make him more unique looking about his head and neck. But more importantly, when I'm off to the side of him, he just doesn't balance as well. He comes in too many pieces. He wants to deviate at his ham-loin junction, wants to get just a little rounder in terms of his muscle pattern behind. But again, his added stoutness and feature allow him to go ahead and get along within this particular drive. One that comes next gives you an awesome shot when he comes right out of the gate. Love just the shape to his skull and the shape to his head. He's got an awesome just kind of show barrel look up front. He's big-chested. He's one that when you're off to the side of him, he gives you a good silhouette from the side view profile. He's got tremendous shape and muscle up high. He's another one I've got to make more correct. When I get right in behind him, he wants to twist at the ground. I've got to square his rear toes, give his rear toes just more spread and allow him to go with more comfort level off of his rear too. Young man does a nice job of getting that one driven. Really just kind of a functional one that comes next in terms of just good feet and legs. He's a balanced hog that's got an attractive look. He gets a little longer in terms of just just his length of body. As a result, he wants to sit just a little lower up front. He wants to flatten through the midsection of his body. I've just got to give that guy more punch from end to end. We work through the rest of these. Very well presented one comes next. He's got to be longer and level out of his hip, like the front 2/3 there. Then we run into some that just got to be better in terms of balance. They've got to be better in terms of their feet and legs. Good class to start off these blues. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 1 light crossbred Barretts. And first is Parker Eubanks from Wilson. And second is Ember Bell from Caney Valley. And third is Kylie Beller from Coweta. And fourth is Kason Kimball from Hydro Eakley. And in fifth is Jay Stotts from Hydro Eakley. We don't have the pedigree information on the top two, but I know that the one in third is a white feather from McGuire Livestock. Congratulations to everyone in the top five. That was a really nice class of crossbred bears to start off our light cross division. We're now getting closer into Class 2. I believe we only have 4 of these, so not too many more to work through.
This is going to be 51 total entries, weights ranging between 253 to 267.
Then 2 first and third are litter rates.
White feather from McGuire.
Yeah, and then the second place is a buckle up.
Your first out of that class is a white feather from McGuire. That would be a direct litter mate with the one that was in third. The second is a buckle up Dieterding litter mate to Blow and Smoke at upper hand. That's a really nice boar, a really nice crossbred boar right there, and that's a really nice second in class pick. So we're now on Class 2 crossbreds, working through that.
Sends one to the scales. That's going to be...
I believe that is 6, 8, 9 maybe? Can't fully read that, being a little blurred out. But we will get that to you as soon as we can. Young lady gets sent to the scales. That'll be 443. Dusty Gregory from Craig.
Take over, you're going to have to be the pedigree guy. You just, first through third, just ask what they are or they're from. You just go to state leather. It's easy.
That one has some neat pieces. He gets sent to the scales. I believe that is 923. Grady Fox from Purcell. And that young man will receive a pin. 755. Landon Chartier from Mulhall, Orlando. That young man will also receive a pin. 513. Carson Owens from Stratford. That young lady's going to get pinned. 654, I believe. That's going to be Bailey Neal from Adair. That young lady's going to catch a pin with her colored up blue bear. 404. Olivia Bradford from Amber Picasso. And that young lady is no stranger to the light crosses. She was the champion light cross in the gilt show. And 968 is going to catch a pin. Shelby Prince, and then Emma Throckmorton.
Badass, ain't it?
And he has made his selections. On the exhibitors left in the ring are being sent back to the barn. We're going to pull out a couple of these things and place them.
Barrel battle. Stay with it, girl. Good job.
Very intriguing. Bear's going to go ahead and catch a pin. Um, 755 is going to catch another pin. That's going to be Landon Cartier.
.654 is going to go into the third pin.
It's going to be Bailey Neal from Adair.
Is that my 2 lines?
Yeah.
You're going to get it filled back up.
If you are at the barns, there is an HTO. Don't be worried. You don't have to go off-site. Like Todd said, he had to go get a refill, but we do have an HTO now. We're moving up in the world. Looks like he's got his 4-pin back. That young lady's going to go into the 5 hole. That would be 739. Emma Throckmorton's going to go into the 6th hole. I believe he's going to roll his 6 through 10 and then pull out the first 4. And he has his 10. Going to go ahead and pull back that young man out of the first pin. Going to place those 4, and I believe move on to Class 3. And then, like Evan said, Very intriguing pig. That one's skull shape is so stout. He's got a lot of shape, got a lot of muscle. Big-footed one that comes out of that first pen and is very competitive. And then the blue-faced bear in second. Definitely no slouch off on quality, just based off of bone and foot size. Got a nice layer of muscle shape, especially working down the top side of his skeleton. That's a wide-based bear that has a lot of width when you get directly out behind him. Both really nice bears. One that comes out of this third pin, ultra nice as well. And then a young man in the fourth pin, and with another one that's an absolute heater. And that young man will go third. That young lady's going to be fourth, and that's going to leave a couple out here for your class winner. Hilty's definitely taking his time here. These are two very, very different bears. One may be built just a little bit stouter, the other one just a little bit prettier. He has made his decisions.
Well, as we get into this next class of blues, maybe a little more challenging to piece together here at the top end. I think there's certainly a lot of good represented in both one of these and trade-offs between the two. I kept gravitating back to the young man's that's just got more blue on him. I think he's a stouter featured individual. When you study just the circumference of bone that he's got, you study his feet and the spread to his rear toes, I think he's just a heavier duty individual, coupled with the fact that he's just more comfortable in his skeleton. He's got better angulation to his shoulder. He's better in terms of the length to his hip. He's just got more bend to his flex, which allows him to plant and drive into the surface and push off with more comfort. He's not perfect when you get right in behind him, but I think without a doubt he's the one for me that combines the most positives within this particular drive. The one that comes in two, I'll be honest with you, initially this is the one I gravitate towards, just to be frank, because his skin and hair is so much better. It adds to his just general overall fresher appearance. He's awesome in terms of his back shape. He gets a little flatter through the midsection of his body, and then he just doesn't balance in proportion as well through his top line. He gets a little piece here, particularly right there at his ham-loin junction, and then I just didn't read him with the same comfort level or athleticism that our class winner had. But man, his freshness, his skin and hair, his muscularity are all spot on. My compliments to the young man on a job well done. One that comes out of three, really bold-chested when he drives right at you. He's soft and pliable through his forerib and the center portion of his body. He gets a little plainer looking up through his front one-third, particularly right there at the top of his neck. And then when I get right up on top of him, he just doesn't offer the same sharp loin edge that the two ahead of him got. But man, he's so good in terms of rib and body, and just his comfort level, again, allow him to gravitate towards the top of this particular drive. One that comes out of four, the blue-eyed one, gives you a good shot when he comes right out of the gate at you. He's bold-chested. He's really clean about his jawline and his throat and the way it ties into the base of his chest. He's ultra fresh when you get right on top of him. He's got tremendous just shape down his loin edge and back into his hip and stifle. It's when he goes away from me that I just need to see more flair behind. I need to see him track a little truer, wider, and squarer, but that's a good pig to be in four. One that comes in five, I apologize. I had this young lady down just a little further on the initial sort because I thought he was just too piecey, and that's still where I'd like to change him. But, man, you talk about a big-armed one that's got true meat animal shape. He's got tremendous just volume of muscle. The shape of his muscle is really good. He just gets a little piecier. He's a little higher and tighter in his spine. He's a little deviated right there through his ham-loin junction. I've just got to make all that fit together in a balanced, more attractive kind of package, just blend it a little differently before we can go ahead and get him any higher. Another blue-eyed one comes next, a sharp-looking one up through the front one-third of his body. Awesome kind of show barrel head, great big form, soft, pliable center body. It's his hip and rear leg that get him in trouble for me. He never wants to just dig into the surface and push and plant with authority. Kind of wants to be a little bit of a leg dragger behind. If we could make him go a little differently, there's no doubt that we could slide him up several spots within this particular class. One that comes next, another fresh, well-presented one just in terms of the texture to his muscle, his skin and hair's on point. He's just got to be more comfortable in terms of the way he goes, particularly the way he reaches and goes out of his front end. We work through these next couple. Again, the depth here is good. Hogs that have some muscle and shape, a couple of them need to be more, heavier boned and just stouter featured. A couple of them just need to be more correct in terms of their skeleton. Good class to work through. My compliments to the young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 2 light crossbred Barrows. We have Landon Chartier from Moha, Orlando. His pig is a tricky business bred by Frontline Genetics. In 2, Grady Fox from Purcell with an It Ain't Easy from Maverick. In 3rd, Carson Owens from Stratford with the State of the Union from Mark Gray. In 4th, Bailey Neal from Adair. And in 5th, Audrey Heath from Rush Springs. Congratulations to all involved. A really nice class of crossbred market bears. We're now moving into Class 3. Have 56 records in the class, and the weight ranges from 268 to 285. That young man's going to catch a pin. 070. That would be Maverick Igo from Sterling. Brigham Bunt with an ultra hairy one right there gets pinned. And for the last couple of classes, we have Mr. Coy Craig joining us on the mic.
726 just got a pin. And 315.
Your 726 is going to be Larson Mance from Alva, I believe. And what was the other number you said, Coy?
315, I believe.
315. Paxton Thorne from Marlowe.
Three, 5.
Yes, sir. 335 catches a pin right there, and I believe that would be Doc Downing. Delaware County 4-H. An ultra stout scold one comes out right there. Grant Gosney just is the next person to get pinned. Well, Kawhi, I'd say this is definitely the warmest OIE we've seen in a couple of years.
Yeah.
I think it's in the 80s outside. And that young man will get pinned.
Young lady on
Young
the
lady,
far
sorry.
side.
Excuse me.
That's 532, I think.
Five through two, that'd be Ashton Gamble from Sailing.
066 catches a pin.
Cody Castle from Perkins Tryon, excuse me. Definitely an ultra quality light cross show today. No slack off in any of the breeds. Obviously a few more numbers in the crossbred breeds, but this is a really nice show. Mr. Hilty's enjoying sorting through these. He's done a great job today, and we hope to see him continue on tomorrow. It's been a great show so far, and I hope it continues to be as high of a quality as it has already.
Yep. Looks like a pretty deep class.
Very much so.
8, 8, 9 catches a pin. Uh, 3, 5, 8 also catches a pin. I believe that's Houston Dickinson.
8, 8, 9 will be Sydney Richardson from Lindsay. And then Houston Dixon from Wynnewood. Only have a couple more come out of the gate in this class, and then we'll sift the rest of them, and we'll go through the top 10. That young lady catches a pin, 0.55. I believe that would be Maddie Castle from Perkins Tryon. .901. That would be Ember Bell from Caney Valley FFA catches your next pin. That young lady is going to catch one. That'll be Avery Throckmorton.
From Barrow, I believe.
Yeah, Marlowe.
Looks like he's got about 15 of them back there.
Yeah, he's going to have quite a few to sort through on the second sift.
Very tough class of blues.
Yeah, starting to get up towards that heavyweight side of things, and that's when things start to get a little bit tougher, and let's get a little bit bigger, a little harder to evaluate. And that young man's going to catch the first pin. And this young man is an elite showman, just like his brother. Kid can really get it done behind a stick. Really nice showman right there. 070 goes in the first pin.
Burger Bunt catches a pin back also.
Yeah, Maverick Igo from Sterling goes in the first pin.
Grant Gosney catches a pin back.
Yep, he'll go in the third pin.
Cody Castile.
Yep, Cody Castle goes in the fourth. And you can definitely tell on Hilty's face that this is going to be a tough class.
Yeah.
He's trying to be more conservative on which ones he's pinning back, making sure he really, really likes them. There's a lot of these things to look through. That is one stout mugged blue right there.
Yeah.
Madison Castle from Perkins Tryon will be in the fifth. That young lady's going to get pinned. Five, 5-4.
Avery Throckmorton catches a pin. So does Rebel.
And that 5-5-4 would be Charlie Cothran from Stratford. So he has 8 pins taken up already.
Yeah.
This is definitely one of the classes why the city gets known as one of the toughest shows in the nation, and that Doc Downing is going to be in ninth. And that young lady's going to be in 10th, be 8, 8, 9. Sydney Richardson from Lindsay. Maverick Ego comes out of the first pin. Sorry if I butchered that name. Brigham Bunt goes back in the 1 hole. That's a hairy blue right there. That's for sure.
Grant Gosney catches a pin back.
Madison Castle goes into the 3 pin. It's a big chest right there. Comes at you broad. Very different head shape too. That's a nice pig. It's a really nice pig.
Avery Throckmorton catches a pin back. Blake's getting tired on us.
Been a long day. Long day, but a good day. These animals, man, I won't ever get tired of looking at animals like these, but it's been a nice day. Ember Bell catches your 5th pin. I believe that she had a really nice light cross gilt that was very, very popular. I think that one was the gilt was a litter mate to the champion at Denver, actually,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Good barra that Mr. Strikers showed. And he has his 6th through 8th. We're going to pull back the top 5. Starting off with Brigham Bunt.
Grant Gosney comes out of the 2nd pin.
And that's just an extra heavy duty light crossbred that comes out right there. A lot to like about that one. And I'd be interested to see what the pedigree is behind that.
There's a big chested one that can get out and boogie.
Yeah, young lady does an awesome job on the stick.
I like that pig a great deal.
Big, big bones too. Lots of flex, lots of hair. All 5 of these are just really nice pigs. I'd believe you if you told me that all 5 of these were breed champions or even grand champions at a county show or a jackpot along the way.
Yeah.
And we only have one more class after this. There's only 4 classes of crossbred barrows. Ember Bell is going to go in 5.
Fourth is going to go to Grant Gosney.
Ultra competitive top trio right here. All 3 are really good showmen. Definitely makes things harder on Mr. Hilty. Avery Throckmorton wins. Mr. Hilty is going to tell you how he likes them.
Another really good class of these blues, and I think this one that wins a very unique critter in terms of one to be that extended through the front 1/3 of his body, to have a tremendously big forearm working in him. He's soft and pliable through his midsection, yet maintains a good proportion from the side. He's got bend and flex to his rear leg. He plants, pushes, and drives with authority, and there's simply just more hog there than the hogs that come in 2 and 3. The other 2 could fit inside of him when you get right on top of him. I think that's a good pig to go ahead and win this particular class. I thought it was close between 2nd and 3rd. I elected to use the young man's blue-eyed barrel because I think he has the advantage when you get right in behind him of being square from hip hock to ground. He's a strong barrel when he drives right at you in terms of just his width of chest. You know, he gets just a little flatter through the midsection of his body, but that wasn't what got him beat. When you get on top of him, he just doesn't offer you the same dimension, spread, and width as what our class winner does. But, man, that one's awesome presented, awesome driven. Young man does a whale of a good job out here. One that comes in 3, I like his look and just presence through the front 1/3 of his body. He's a sharp-headed one that's got a big forearm working in him. He's flat-backed and level out of his hip. He's got good range of motion from the side profile. It's when you get right in behind him, I've got to make him more secure from hip hock to ground, change the shape to his hock, give his rear toes more spread and just comfort level as he digs into the surface. But, man, freshness, presentation, again, are spot on in that particular barrel. One that comes out next, the uniquely marked one, a good one from the side view profile, just in terms of height of shoulder, levelness of top, length of hip, and just range of motion. All those things are certainly in check. He just needs to be stronger when he comes right at me. He wants to deviate too much from his knee to the ground, and then when you get right into him, he's another one that wants to flatten through his midsection over so slightly, but that's a good pig. Really stout, burly one comes out next. I like the shape to this one's skull. He's got a big forearm working in him. He gets a little piecier in terms of the way everything ties together, but certainly can't deny his extra stoutness and feature to go ahead and slam him back in a pen within this particular drive. One that comes next, good ribbed, good bodied one, gives you a good look from the side view profile. He's another one I've got to change him when I get right in behind him. He wants to push his hock too far outside of his body, particularly that left rear. It's got to be square, more secure before we can move that one up any high. Another young man that does an awesome job. We work through the rest of these. This blue-eyed one, man, he's got some unique parts and pieces. He is awesome-headed. He's good-jawed. He's got a great big forearm working in him. Plain and simple, I've got to give him more cushion to his lower joints, particularly his rear pastern. His rear foot needs to be bigger. He just needs to be more comfortable off of his rear, too. Fresh, well-presented one right there that just needs to go better behind. And we've got a couple that, again, just feet and legs need to be better. They've just got to go with more flex. I thought a really good class. Let's put our hands together and show those young people our appreciation.
Your results out of Class 3 light cross barrows. Starting us off, Avery Throckmorton from Marlow That's an in-game from Weathers Show Pigs. And second, Brigham Bunt from Ringwood with an in-game from Goss Livestock. Madison Castle from Perkins Trons with a buckle up from S&K. Grant Gosney in fourth from Alline Clio FFA. And Ember Bell from Caney Valley in fifth. Now we're starting to get into the heavyweight division of the light crossbred barrows. Going to be an interesting class. Have 52 weight ranges from 286 to 290. Going to be a good show. And we're on Class 4 light cross barrows. That young lady's going to catch a pin. 7-1-3.
It's Camry Dosh, I believe. And Frankie catches a pin.
It's a cool colored barrow right there.
Yeah.
Mega stout.
Mega stout.
Nash Williamson from Sulphur catches the next pin. That young lady also, I believe, catches a pin. 3-8-1.
Yep.
Sorry about that. We are back. Looks like 5.57 catches the pin. Rylan Wells from Guthrie. That young lady's also going to catch a pin. Her back tag number is covered at the moment. Looks like 733 though. That young lady's also going to catch a pin. Kylie Blim from Mulhall, Orlando. And he will excuse the rest of the exhibitors from the ring. Cambry Dosh comes out of the one hole. It's definitely an intriguing animal.
Nice pig.
It's a Goss pig?
Nice pig.
Oh, I thought you said that was a Goss pig.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
And that one's going to get pinned back. Young lady also does a good job behind the stick.
Stouty.
Yeah, one that's just stout everywhere. Stout mug, stout bones, big feet, big arm. Nice pig right there. And that young man's going to catch a pin. It'll be Nash Williamson from Sulphur. After this class, we will be gearing up for our light crossbred drive. And that young lady's going to get pinned. I believe that is Neely Gwynn from Porter. And I believe that young man's going to catch a pin. Has his number a little marked out. I believe it said 172.
It's Weston Salvage.
Weston Selvage goes in the 4-pin. I believe that was a very popular Barra at the OBSE a couple weeks ago. And that young lady, I believe, also caught a pin. 6.852.
That's Jaylee Buck.
That is a really nice white Barra right there. Or predominantly white Barra, I guess.
Yeah, predominantly.
That young lady is going to be 6th. He's going to place his 6 through 10 and then pull out 1 through 5. He's been doing that throughout the day. .557 is going to go in 10th. Kylie Blim will go in 9th. Camber Dosh comes out of the 1 hole, going to pull out 5, place them, get into his champion light cross drive, and then after that, that concludes the Oklahoma Youth Expo swine show for the day. Get back at it tomorrow at 8, I believe, with the dark crosses.
I like this pig a lot that comes out at 4.
I believe they raised this pig too, didn't they?
They did.
I'll say his sister showed a really nice blue gilt the other day, and I know that they raised her. I didn't know if they raised him, but congratulations to them. It's hard to raise pigs and show them up here
They had
at
a
Oklahoma
Hamp
Youth
Barrow that
Expo.
was 5th overall that they raced too.
Yeah, really nice. That was a really nice pig.
Yeah.
Remember that? Out of the heavyweight class, I
Yeah.
believe.
He was 3rd, I believe, in that class.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the deepest classes of the day based off quality. Had your champion Hamp come out of there. Really nice animal. Neely Gwynn's going to go in 5. Cambry Dosh, I believe, goes in 4. Leaves Jaylee Buck, Weston Selvage, and Nash Williamson. Nash Williamson will go 3rd, Weston Selvage 2nd, and Jaylee Buck will start off the class. Congratulations to her.
I think a really nice class to go ahead and wrap up the day with here. And I think a good trio surfaces to the top, and there's certainly some give and take. But I guess the one I keep gravitating back toward in terms of just balance and build with extras is the young lady's blue-eyed Barrow coming across the center. He's got good bone. He's got good feature. Everything balances and fits together so well just from a proportionality standpoint. You get on top of him. He's certainly adequate in terms of muscle and shape. Where he has the decided advantage over the bear that comes in 2 is when he comes right at you. He's bolder in his chest. He's just square from his knee to the ground. The one that comes in 2, I like his extra rib and body and just the dimension he's got to his midsection. You get on top of this guy, and he's probably got just a notch more aggressive turn to his loin edge. He's got more shape working down his back. He's got tremendous hip and stifle when he goes directly away from you. I didn't read him to be quite as heavy-boned as what our class winner was, but more importantly, when he drives right at me, I've got to square him a fraction just from his knee to the ground. That's a good pig to go ahead and be in 2. The one that comes in 3, awesome just from a freshness and presentation standpoint. His muscle shape's great. His muscle dimension's good. He just gets a little too upright off of both ends of his skeleton. I need to give his shoulder more angulation. I just got to see this guy reach and cover more surface as he goes across the ring out here. Young man's got him dialed in and ready for the pig show. My compliments to him. The one that comes in 4, he gets into the top end of this class just in terms of skeletal quality and build. You study this guy's angles, you study his joints, you study the utilization of his rear leg. He's one of those that maybe looks like he's fighting weight a little bit. Maybe his better days were 3 or 4 weeks ago. Skeleton's awesome. He just needs more to him. He needs more muscle. He needs more punch everywhere. He just needs to be more 3-dimensional. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. The one that comes next is fresher just in terms of his rib shape, his body dimension, his muscle shape when you get right on top of him. It gives you a good look from the side view profile. It's when I step right in behind him. He's got to track wider, truer, and square, and he's just got to have more flair to his hip and stifle as he goes directly away from you. One that comes out of 6, a blue-eyed one here that gives you an awesome look coming out of the gate. You like his head, you like his jawline, you like his forearm. He just becomes too mechanical, for lack of a better term, in the way he goes out of his hip and rear leg. I need to see him dig his toes in and plant and go with more flex and authority, but his freshness, his muscle shape, and just his body shape allow him to go ahead and catch a pin. Another young lady doing an awesome job of getting them driven. We worked through the rest of these, and I think we ran into a scenario where some of these are fighting weight pretty hard. They're good outline, good built ones that need more through their center. They just need more bulk from end to end. But I thought a tremendously good class to round out our day. Let's go ahead and put our hands together and show the young people our appreciation.
And your results out of Class 4 Light Cross Barrows. In first, Jaylee Buck from Kiefer with a buckle up raised by Dieterding Genetics. In second, Weston Selvage from Morris with a good day raised by 5S Show Pigs, which is, I think that's the Selvages, isn't it? And then in third, Nash Williamson from Sulphur with the Perfect Stranger from Farnham. In fourth, Cambry Dosh from Colbert. And in fifth, Neely Gwynn from Porter. Very nice class. We're working into the Champion Light Cross Drive. Good luck to everyone in the classes, and I know that this has been a very deep breed. Getting ready for it. We have Hilty and Korb out here ready to evaluate the livestock. And out of Class 1, we're going to bring in Parker Eubanks from Wilson with a white feather from McGuire. In the second class, we're going to bring out Landon Chartier from Mulhall, Orlando with a Tricky Business bred by Frontline. In Class 3, we're going to bring out Avery Throckmorton from Marlow with an in-game bred by Weathers. And then Class 4 is Jaylee Buck from Kiefer with the Buckle Up bred by Dieterding.
All Oklahoma breeders.
Yeah, the light crossbreed is coming through. And that would be Parker Eubanks. Little white feather action right there.
Yeah. Looks like a white feather pig.
Yeah, it looked very similar to the third in that class, which makes sense. I believe they're litter mates. So.
Yeah.
And then that would be Landon Chartier from Mulhall, Orlando.
It's Tricky Business from Frontline, right?
Yep. Yes, sir. And then Avery Throckmorton out of Class 3. Again, an in-game bred by Weathers. Glad to see in-game still on top. One of the best boars that we've been blessed with in the crossbred breed. He's definitely left his mark and is continuing to stamp it. Congratulations to him. He's still having good OIEs many years later.
Yep.
Definitely a tough drive. Going for that limo ride. Everybody wants to get in it. It's an awesome thing. I'm glad they provide that at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. While I don't show many barrows or haven't really shown any barrows at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, I think it's one of the coolest things that they offer just based off of publicity and giving the people who deserve it a shout out in one of the coolest ways that they can. Mr. Hilty has made his decision.
As we get ready to end the day here with your champion light cross, man, it's been another enjoyable day at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. Let's give these 4 young people a tremendous round of applause on their class winners. You know, David comes up the hill, and as I said yesterday, respect David's opinion a ton. And real quick, we both agree that it comes down to a pair of them, and there's trade-offs between those two. I think, though, at the end of the day, when we talk about making them unique in terms of their look ahead of their blade, making them with some extra feature in terms of just their limbs and extra bone, having some extra punch to the center portion of their body, this one that's going to be champion, he's a little moderate in terms of his type and kind, but he is so good looking up front. To have that kind of look ahead of his blade coupled with that kind of rib, body, and mass and be able to handle it, young lady right here's got our champion light cross.
Your champion light cross goes to Avery Throckmorton out of Class 3. Again, that's an in-game bred by Weather Show Pigs. Congratulations to her and everyone involved with that one. That's an awesome show pig. That brings out Brigham Bunt, second in Class 3. That's an in-game bred by Goss. Another in-game pig comes in here and continues the quality of the drive.
Made the comment, and I couldn't agree more, that those hogs resemble each other a lot, not just in color pattern, but in terms of type and kind. They're elevated hogs that give you an awesome silhouette. One of them's just bolder and stouter in terms of just his feature, in terms of his body cavity. Young lady's Barrow on the far side is going to be reserved.
And your reserve comes out of Class 4. That's Jaylee Buck from Kiefer with the Buckle Up, bred by Dieterding Genetics. Congratulations to her and Mr. Dieterding. That's going to bring out Weston Selvage from Morris. Again, this is a good day, bred by 5S Show Pigs. Mr. Hilty has made his decision.
We get ready to tie the third overall here in the light division. Last time we'll take the microphone for the day. Once again, it's been an awesome day here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. I know it's not any time for any big speeches, but let's give these people that have been out here working hard all day a nice big round of applause for their efforts. We get ready to tie your next one out, and man, there's a lot of different things you could do. There's, in our mind, 3 of them that you could tie. There's one out here, though, that in terms of just design, in terms of proportionality, in terms of look, in terms of running gear, he's obviously being a little bit of a knucklehead, but we think he's the most comfortable one that offers some extras. Young man's Barrow there in the corner is going to be your third out.
Third light cross barrow comes from Class 1. That's Parker Eubanks from Wilson.
Yeah, Parker Eubanks from Wilson comes out as your bronze. That's a white feathered bred by McGuire. That's going to bring out Ember Bell from Caney Valley with a Buckle Up from Dieterding. Apparently that is a litter mate to Blow and Smoke at Upper Hand. Very neat show pig project right there.
I wonder if that one's a little mate to the reserve light cross.
Brigham Bunt is going to be your 4th out. That's an in-game bred by Goss. Congratulations to him. That's going to bring out Madison Castle from Perkins Tryon with a Buckle Up from S&K.
Weston Salvage. That is a good day from Salvage.
Yep, home race show pig. That'll be your 5th out, light cross. Me and Coy are officially going to sign off. We'll probably see you tomorrow. It's been an awesome light cross show. Very thankful for the quality. Officially signing off.
From Colbert, you're on deck in Class 4. Our 6th selection comes from Class 3. That's Madison Castle from Perkins. That'll bring Grant Gosney to the ring. Amber Bell, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 7th selection comes from Class 1. That's Ember Bell from Caney Valley. We need Kylie Beller in the ring. Case and Profit from Hinton, you are on deck in Class 1. Our 8th selection comes from Class 2. That's Landon Chartier from Mulhall, Orlando. Bring Grady Fox to the ring. Carson Owens, you're on deck for Class 2. Our 9th selection comes from Class 2. That's Grady Fox from Purcell. We need Carson Owens from Stratford in the ring. Bailey Neal from Adair, you're on deck for Class 2. Our 10th light cross comes from Class 1. That's Kylie Beller from Coweta. That brings Case and Profit from Hinton to the ring. Jay Stotts from Hydro, you're on deck in Class 1. Number 11 is from Class 4. That's Nash Williamson from Sulphur. It brings Cambry Doge from Colbert to the ring. Kendall Ginn, you're on deck for Class 4. Our 12th selection comes from Class 3. That's Grant Gosney from Aline Cleo. That'll introduce Ember Bell to the ring. Maverick Igo, you are on deck for Class 3. Our 13th selection comes from Class 3. That's Maverick Igo from Sterling. We now need Charlene Cawthron from Stratford in the ring. Cody Castle, you're on deck for Class 3. Number 14 comes from Class 4. That's Camerly Doche from Colbert. We need Kendall Ginn from Porter in the ring. Blakely Beams from Miller 4H, you're on deck in Class 4. Number 15 comes from Class 1. That's Case and Profit from Hinton. That'll bring Jace Stotts from Hydro to the ring. Grant Church, you're on deck in Class 1. Number 16 comes from Class 2. That's Carson Owens from Stratford. We need Bailey Neal in the ring. Audrey Heath, you're on deck for Class 2. '17 comes from Class 3. That's Charlie Cawthron from Stratford. That'll bring Cody Castle to the ring. Doc Downing, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 18th selection comes from Class 3. That's Cody Castle from Perkins. We need Doc Downing in the ring. Sydney Richardson, you're on deck in Class 3. Our 19th selection comes from Class 1. That's Grant Church from Fairview. We need Sidney Cundiff from Perkins. Oh, excuse me. I am off one. Jay Stotts from Hydro was number 19. We need Grant Church from Fairview in the ring. Our 20th and final light cross selection comes from Class 3. That's Doc Downing with Delaware County. Congratulations to our light cross winners and all our exhibitors today. We will see you bright and early in the morning at 8 a.m. to show those dark crosses and find us some grands tomorrow.